Happy Wednesday, everyone. It is time for some character studies. Yeah, I think I'm gonna leave the music where it's at. I'm getting more used to like talking with the music playing. And I feel like I like this playlist. So I probably should have made some coffee because I'm low-key falling asleep. But I'm hoping once I get going, I'll start, waking up a little bit as I start activating my brain. Okay, let's see. My tablet. Hold up, my one earring is... There we go. It's like I want to wear earrings, but I'm like, if I have my headset on most of the time, it's like nobody sees them and then they're just kind of stuck under it. But I have like a lot of really nice earrings, so I want to wear them. But I usually have one ear. I usually have my right ear, not like I'll tilt it off because my door is over here, and that way I can hear if anyone needs me. Yeah. So I'm like, well, you can kind of see them. All right, so last week we studied Pooh Bear and Olaf. Honestly, this was really fun. And then I tried drawing the poses like on my own in a like different pose, like based off of a reference image. And didn't turn out too bad. So today I kind of want to do the same thing. And I picked out some like character sheets off the internet of Donald Duck, and then possibly we'll do Mickey Mouse. But last week I was smart and I set a timer for myself. I'm gonna try and do that again today, just so I don't run overtime. So yeah, try and keep myself a little bit more on schedule. Let me get out. Where did I stick that file? Here we go. Okay, let me get out this file here. Just because I am keeping track day by day each time I do these studies. I realized I was like, oh, I'm gonna do these every day, but like Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, I'm usually pretty busy like editing videos and working on the collections and just like random stuff that I could make time for these studies, but I just haven't made the time for it. So I'm really only doing it 3 times a week, but honestly that's better than nothing. So yeah, let me just delete these. Where is that layer hiding? Somehow I got down. I don't know how I got down there. Okay. Let me grab these quick. We are Donald Duck. And let me see if I can find a little... This one actually has some more information on it. I chose Donald Duck because, as you guys know, if you've been following me on my Instagram or TikTok or YouTube, I like to draw ducks, so it was like a no-brainer. I was like, why have I not drawn Donald Duck yet? I don't know. Okay, this one's helpful. As far as the head goes, this one might be good. Bro, there's a lot here, actually. I think we're just gonna break down the whole body, not the whole... We'll save the head for... Oh, this one would have been helpful. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna copy this one. This looks like it's part of the one I did copy. But... Gonna... flip this around. This looks good. This has kind of just like some body reference guides up here at the top, which is good. Let's use this. And what color do we want to use today? Maybe like an orangey-ish brown. Yeah, that could be fun. Kind of like a burnt sienna or something. Suggestions for foot construction. Yeah, this is gonna be interesting, guys. I am actually excited to break these down. Like, again, a very iconic Disney character. Let's line these up so I can see them all properly. Let's kind of go through them first. Let me set a timer and let's just kind of like, let's just think about it, what's happening before we fully tackle this, you know? I put my timer up here. Cool. All right, so these are detailed duck cleanup. Single stripe on outside of collar. Yeah. Interesting. Probably shouldn't start with those. Probably should start with like note sloping shoulders. Okay. I do kind of draw my, I only do 3 fingers, so I do kind of draw my ducks similar to this, how the shoulders like pretty much slope like that. Yeah, when I was coming up with kind of how I wanted to draw my ducks, I definitely took inspiration, a lot of inspiration from any of the Disney stuff. These are older. You can see the designs like changed for, oh, what's Donald Duck's girlfriend? What's her name? Daisy? Yeah. Her character design definitely changed. But I feel like the way they stand, like this sort of, it's like you almost get like a circle, right? This is like the hips. And then it almost like gets into like a sharp angle. It's almost like a pear, but it like tilts back more than a pear would. And then, okay, this is also, I feel like, important. I could be wrong, but notice how the front of the feet, like this back one, is going past this part of the torso. And this one's pretty far in front too. And I think that's because in order to balance out like how much is gonna start, like once we get the head up here, this is gonna look rough, guys. You need, and that's kind of like with ducks, they really do balance out. Even with chickens, they have really like long like talons, question mark. So it helps like support all of their body, otherwise everything would be really off balance. Seems like they just draw, almost finish the end, and then we get a little bit of tail. I like how they do the tails. If you've noticed, I haven't really approached how I want to do tails too much on mine, so maybe I can learn a thing or two and go from there and maybe improve my own ducks. Okay, so it looks like the leg attaches higher up, so the belly goes past in this profile view. And then we get like a bend in the knee, little elbow shape. But honestly, the bottom of the foot flipper doesn't start too much further than down there. As far as the feet go, we're almost like, almost looks like an upside down potato chip. And so this other foot, and then go like this, we're not really gonna see. I think I needed to, oh yeah, that slopes back. I think I needed to. And then the neck comes in here. So we almost get a little like shoulder indication, which is different than mine. So I need to make sure that I add that. So we get like a little, you'll see here, guys. It's like a little indent before it goes into the neck. It's really subtle, but it's a change of shape. It doesn't just flow like that. It's more like this type of deal, except I way over exaggerated it. So it'd be like, I think the key is maybe to draw the rest of that line and then connect into it and then erase it out to help remind me to like draw that in. And so this foot, actually I probably should have drawn forward more. Similar shape. They're not too worried about making it look like an accurate flipper here. They do a little bit more up on this little one here, which I kind of like simplify it. Like sometimes I think I go a little too detailed on mine, because mine I'll even like, I'll start to add like the little like toenails they have, and then the bone structure. Like, is it really necessary? I don't know. I guess it all just comes down to art style. Now, I wonder how many heads... How many... Do they measure these ones by heads tall? I imagine they do. So that would be 2, give or take my margin of error. So pretty much... Is that like 4 heads? Wait, 1, 2, 3... Yeah, like 4 heads tall. But 4 very tiny heads. Because the torso is much bigger than the head. So it's a little hard to use the head to measure width of the body. Well, actually we could. Let's switch colors up here. Let's try this. So that's the head circle. There's 1. It's pretty much 2 heads, actually. In, like, length, I guess you would call this. Not really width. It's more like length. And that's, like, it's pretty much a perfect profile. We are seeing a little bit of front of the torso, actually. Like, center neck would maybe be... It's very close. Okay, let's go back. Let me go back to this color I was working on here. So we can determine the size of the head by the body we already have. So if we cut this in half relatively, again, this is our first breakdown. It doesn't need to be perfect. So it'd be about there. Again, this is stuff I learned when I was like, use the heads to measure out the rest of their proportions in relation to each other. I learned that when I was learning how to do portraits. So actually, we made it a wee bit a little too deep. All right, let's fix this up a little bit. Because I measured that out to be around the bottom of the foot to be there-ish. I wonder if I should just redraw this. Let's do that, guys. Why fix something that's so broken? And let's just restart. Let's start with the head. That's usually how I like to work. Okay, then we know it's gonna be four heads high. Measure that out. All right, so we got our head markings here. And then when we know it's gonna be also let's see here. So those line up like perfectly. The very like front part of the chest with like the forehead part. So if this is the front of our duck's head, that means we know at around the bottom part of head 2, the torso is gonna come in. It's about halfway there. Okay, let's measure. Now we can measure the body. So one head would be here, give or take. 2 would be here. One thing I noticed when I draw the characters from our children's book is that I don't have to measure out that much anymore. Like, it becomes such like muscle memory that I can see if I have it proportions off for the most part. So although I'm putting a lot of math into this first one, it's only because I'm breaking it down. These artists, they probably had it so memorized they could just draw like Donald Duck in any pose, anytime, and they've drawn him so many times. But for learning purposes, we're breaking this down. Okay, so this is all just interesting here to note. They put in like a reference here for how small like these little ducks are compared to like the regular size ones. So that's kind of nice. The top of their head would reach like just a hair above that second head. Okay, let's erase out some of this stuff. It's getting a bit messy. What was I doing? I was gonna do the neck. Actually, let's just finish like the body. So we get like this. Looks like we get like a circle shape back here. And then this kind of comes into here gently. And then we get the little tail that whips up like that. Now let's see. Let's draw a line. Just about the knee. I should be using the shift key to do this, guys. Doesn't line up with the back of the skull, which is not a problem. It's just interesting. That kind of lines. I wonder if it's more based on like, that's pretty much center of the circle, where it's like the middle. So if we got like this circle going here, about center of it would be there. It would be something like this. Then arches back. Very gentle curve. I think all this, so I'm gonna flatten this out a little bit. Get the sharp angle. And then it curves into the bottom of the belly. Okay. Okay. Now where was I measuring out? There we go. I could have drawn that a little. So this line's up here. About here-ish. These feet gotta balance out the shape a little. Alright, in terms of the head, the angle comes back like this and then connects into the shoulder here. But then we get almost like this shape. This comes really smoothly up into the back of the skull. And so let's think about the eyes. The eyes are almost like mid. They're like mid. Middle of the head. And then they get a little bit like the eyebrow. Interesting thing too, you can see that between Daisy and Donald, Donald's eyes are like almost straight up and down, where hers are slightly at an angle. Just giving her that, like, they wanted to give it that slightly more, I guess, like feminine look. So the top of the bill's pretty much middle. I wonder how long. How do they measure how long? And then they have it start like way back here, which I think is kind of funny. I like how they do that. And then it almost like goes up into a little arc. And we get this bottom bill. I'm just gonna free. Then we get this arc on top. This line falls down into here. And then for here, I made that too thick. It like stops and then arcs back up into here. And then we get a little curvature here as it comes around, trying to follow the shape of the circle. About like that. Now I think I got the eye a bit off. I'm gonna pull that back a little bit. I think it'd be a bit more like this. And they just have his eyes closed in this one. Let's see what his eyes look when they're open. They are really, really big eyes. I love that though. Very, very expressive. Like I love this. These are like oval shape. Maybe we need to put his hat on. Oh, I see. He's got like this type of hat. I mean, you can see the designs changed, I think, even a little bit from that to that one. I wonder if I should add like eyebrows on the other side though. Doesn't look like they did it, but it kind of, well, maybe it looks a little funny. I don't know. Looks like the other designs have like little feathers in the hat. Maybe just put the other hat on this one here. And then it kind of like comes up like this. Like this is like the outfit you see him in the most of the time. There we go. Okay, we did forget the arms because they're not on. The arms, bro, how are we gonna determine? Let me see what we got down here. Did they talk about the arms at all? Legs should sit well apart into the rear. Similar to like Pooh Bear. I wonder if I should have put mine, although I feel like they're pretty far back. I'm imagining, let's just kind of like, let's just have his little arms in front of him. So I bet the elbow would probably fall out here because that's like the waistline kind of. And then we would probably get like, I hate to make guesses. The hands here, maybe make him like holding flowers. So it looks like he has 4 fingers. And they make them pretty long. Almost like pretty regular hands. So maybe we have arms up a little bit more. Flowers. We're gonna make this really rough, guys. Fingers are probably go like there. Yep, this looks a little goofy. Maybe I need to be drawing Goofy instead. Maybe, okay, actually I would low-key like to study Goofy, so probably do that at some point. Alright, not bad. We're figuring this out. How much time? We got 11 minutes left. Let's do some loose sketches, kind of studying the gestures, some of these other drawings. I just want to see how they drew some of these poses, like what was important. Like let's probably draw this one. Wait, I just want to make sure you guys can see what I'm drawing properly, right? Yeah, okay. I'm gonna zoom out a little. We get like back of the head, getting like this line, like that, and then the circle. Just like a bit like that. Oval like this. We got her sleeves, which are puffy. Again, those soft lines are used for the arms. As we get into the elbow, it's not really going into like a boom distinct. I like how they ruffled her feathers here to make it look like the skirt. Okay, so the knee kind of comes and then bends. And as far as the heels go, they're like almost like a teardrop, but a little more elongated. Then we get it again here. This leg straight. And then she's got cute little bow in her hair. Yeah, one of our first like ducks we had, like batch of ducks, which she's not around anymore sadly, but we named her Daisy. And we even had a Donald duck too. Honestly, we are not that creative with naming our ducks. It's a little bit tragic. Ducks, 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 yes. Ducks, ducks, and more ducks, honestly. As you guys can tell, I quack. I do love drawing ducks. Yeah, I feel like what I want to do at some point is I need to make like a full character sheet for the ducks I draw, like they have here. I just haven't gotten around to doing it yet. Okay, let's do one of the poses of Donald down here. I feel like I like this one's because it's kind of cute. Looks like he's being shy. Although this pose, bro, how come that isn't drawing on top? There we go. This pose is really cute. Let's do both. We can draw them quick. 8 minutes, that's plenty of time. Torso like this. We're getting this shape. I know it's like a circle. I have to remember you can see where the neck kind of comes in. And so his head's turned down. Probably a bit like that. Again, I should be keeping these pretty quick. I don't want to spend too much time. As long as we can get the base shape down here. There we go. And it looks like he has a little bit of hair in the back. There we go. I think that probably the mouth comes even farther. Oh my goodness. Back more like that. I think I could have made the bill a little bit longer, but makes him look a little younger maybe. Okay, let's see how they did. See how they did the legs. So the arms kind of like they're coming out here. It's like this. The other one's probably gonna be like here. Now how many? Okay, elbow, arm comes, and then this hand comes up. Finger, hat. Okay, there we go. All right, let's think. The feet, I feel like are bigger on this model for him. So it looks like we get one that starts way out here. And there's like a tighter bend in the knee. I like the feet on this one. Also, like they look a little more. They look a little bit more like a duck foot. And so this next one. Get this knee here. Yeah, because this comes. The knee almost bends. Oh, actually, this needs to come forward more. If the knee bends about in line with the head. Bum, bum, bum. There we go. It's not bad. I'm not gonna bother drawing in the clothes. I think. Let's see. Tail. not terrible. Let's do that next one. This one here that I wanted to do. Yeah, and then we gotta move on to the children's book. But today we're gonna switch things up a little. I'm not gonna work on the recipes. I'm going to work on drawing actually more ducks. So don't worry, there are more ducks in the future. It won't be Donald Duck, but it'll be some silly ducks. So the shoulders come up really far here. And then it would have been, I should have done some studies from like straight on with this character. Because I don't know a whole bunch how they look from the front. Look at like eyebrow line. Almost looks like it. There's this. The eyes. Do I have these too close together? I like the little hair here. It's not perfect, guys, but you know what? We're learning. That's all that matters. Arm here. So underneath, it's kind of like lean forward a little. This here, and then we get this turn. I think I made the arm a little too long. To feel it like that. Also, like kind of like when we did the Pooh Bear studies, we could see they did the shirt very similar, where you can see comes off the body a little and then curves back in. And here we go. Do the bottom. The weight's changed a little bit in this pose. It's not like he's not lean forward as much, probably because he's standing up more straight. And then this leg is actually coming almost like that. And then this one's at a little subtle bend here. This foot's gonna be going the opposite direction. Got 3 minutes left. Actually not upset with how this one turned out. I do feel, again, I should have drawn slightly more like that. Yeah, these are cute. These are actually really fun to do. Let's put Donald Duck up here. Whoop. With the rest of the group. Kind of fun seeing also how the character designs developed over the years. From like project to project. I definitely think I'm more fond of this one than this one up here, but this one definitely has like the more vintage vibe to it. I think they just wanted to like maybe like simplify it more and more, just because when you're drawing the character over and over again, that is tough. So you definitely want to simplify as much as you can. Okay, so I talked about doing Mickey Mouse, but we don't have time for it. But that's okay. I'm going to draw a couple like loose gesture drawings, and then we're gonna move on to the book. Let me just pick one or two off Pinterest that I like. This is the hard part. I should probably do some ones where I practice perspective, which will be one of the topics we'll do for a whole month at some point this year. But it is not yet time for that. We're still just doing like character design breakdowns, which works out because I feel like I want to ease myself into it. So if we can break down all the shapes, understand it before we start trying to put the shapes in perspective, is probably going to be a better idea. Okay, let's do some poses with someone jumping in the air. I feel like I need to like loosen up and do something a little bit more exciting. Like this. The torso changes angle. Got like an upward angle here. Shoulder. Do 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 do. Yeah, I'm excited though, because last week I finished all the sketches for the children's book. Like I finished them, so now what I gotta do is I gotta go back, and I was talking about how halfway through I decided to do the line art thicker on drawings that were like closer to like the foreground, and then thinner on the background depending on the size of the characters I drew. And so I didn't do that originally, so I gotta go back and fix those up. But it honestly shouldn't take too long. So we're definitely like on the way to having it done and finally being able to color it, but there's still these little tiny steps that I need to fix up. Actually, that's the wrong angle. The hand's more like this. All right, let's see. This leg looks like that. That's on here. I'm gonna make this one a little bit more of extreme of an angle than it is in its reference. But yeah, it's gonna feel good to have. Like once I don't know how long it's gonna take me to redraw the lion work. So we're gonna find that out also today, because I'm just gonna go over like every illustration. Which is gonna take some time, but it's like, you know, not all the tasks for the book are gonna be that fun. I think I got her head's more like this. Like her nose. That's not bad. A little bit rusty, guys. I should probably at least be doing these during the week. When I'm not streaming. But yeah, Monday and Tuesday was a bit crazy. So I didn't get it done. But I did finish it's pretty much finished. But I finished one of the art collections I was working on, like the floral surface design pattern collections. So I'm going to be releasing that one soon. Which feels good because it's like I didn't have too much time to work on it for a little bit. But now I'm finally like back at it. Where was those? Oh, here they are. So like I need to wrap this up because, you know, you guys know I already started working on the next collection, which will be the recipes. And so, you know, I don't like having 2 design projects going on at once. Like I like to keep a little bit organized, even though I have like so many other projects. They're like in separate genres, so it's fine. But when it's in my like design genre and I'm trying to get those done, I don't really like to overlap projects in there. Is this not a separate layer from... Oh, it is not. It is not, which means I cannot let it touch Donald Duck over here. Let's get rid of this arrow. Okay, what is this hand doing? This hand is like... We're seeing the palm. Fingers. Let's see, the thumb on this side. So I can draw relatively okay in perspective when I have a reference, but like if I'm just like, I guess freehanding you would call it, just trying to like draw poses out of my mind, it does not happen. That's all I'm saying. It's really bad. Although I know like most people say you really shouldn't work without references, which I've gotten a lot better at, but there's like this part of me that... Hold on, let me think about what's happening here with the spine. It's like this angle, and then it shifts. So actually I think your hips change angle like this. That's what's happening. Okay. Then this foot is like really close to the camera. We see a little bit of the calf. Do it a bit here. Okay, this leg. Bring it a little wider there. Whereas my reference image is really small, which I probably shouldn't have done. Toes. Keep the toes simple. And so let's see. About like that. And then we get the heel, the foot stepping down. Alright, these aren't terrible. It's time to move on to the book. Yeah, that was fun though. I'm gonna put a date on these. We are January 7th, 2026. Yeah, I'm still like adjusting to this new like schedule I have since I'm trying to like stream later in the day. And so I like work out at noon instead of, oh, you know what, I'd actually like to keep, I want to keep this one character sheet because it's the one I studied in the picture. Words, Emma. Yeah, so I work out at noon. So I do work in the morning and then I work out at noon. And then like I start stream and it just feels like my days, probably just because I'm still getting used to it, my days are like twice the length. I'm just like, it's only the 7th. Like I thought that was yesterday. It's like, no, that was this morning. Yeah, that's about where I'm at. Also still trying to remember that it's 2026, not 2025 anymore. Like although I feel like this is good. I'm like writing the date frequently, so I'm gonna remember it better. All right, let's pull out these illustrations. Illustration pages. I might need to rename these. I think what I'm gonna do is I'll copy each one when I start to do the, oh wait a minute, bro, this is the wrong one. Hold up. When I do the colored ones, I'm gonna do separate files, so I'll still have like the original. Oh boy, guys, we got our work cut out for us. Okay, these pages is bad. This is bad. Let's let me quick open. Let me get the music rolling again. Set it on loop. I need to open the file that has the screenshots of the other pages so we can reference those as I'm working on, here we go. As I'm working on cleaning up these first pages. Bro, this file's getting big. It's taking a hot minute to open. Let's see, let's just probably like my favorite. Probably this one. This has like all the characters in it. So I guess let's just get started. Let's start on the very first page. Let's not open this one yet. So we got this, we got page 1 and 2, and then 3 and 4. Yeah, so you can see the line art is really thin because I was gonna just keep it like one thickness for the whole book. It didn't matter if the character was far in the background or like really close, but I quickly found out that it changes like the proportions of the characters just because like so much more space is being shown between areas because the line thickness difference. I'm not sure if that makes any sense. So I was like, I gotta fix this. And I like the idea of that the thicker line work kind of like pops the character forward. And the thinner line work can like kind of push them back into the scene. Just helps with a little variety. Because my line work doesn't have like thickness variation. Like you know how like especially in like manga, like line work will taper. Mine doesn't really have any of that. So this is another way that I can kind of like push characters forward and pull some of them back. All right, so let's get started on this one. This Guys, it's embarrassing. So we're gonna spend a month studying interior, like drawing as well, because it took me so long to get this scene here right, with like the school desks and the floor. It's not even that hard, and I was struggling. I like redrew it so many times. I'm like, I'm not doing that again. All right, let's start with the turtle. All right, let's see. What are we thinking? This is size. Let's bring out like a 25. 25, perhaps. I wonder if I should. What do you think, guys? Do you think I should lower the opacity and like just use the new lines? Or should I just like leave the original at regular opacity? I don't know. Let's give it a shot, see what happens. If I can leave the lines on underneath and I don't hate it, then I'm gonna do that. This feels a little bit like doing my ducks because I usually do like a fairly clean rough underneath, and then the part that you guys see on my videos is just me kind of tracing over, finishing the clean line work. Just like this. If I had like another mic, this could be probably an ASMR stream. Because you can hear my like pencil on the screen. It's very satisfying actually. I think what I'd like to do, I was looking at my old sketchbook today and I was like, I either want to do a video where I like show you guys my sketchbook from when I first started like really drawing like earnestly to like get good and practice. And I think it'd be like, there are a lot of videos of people going through their sketchbooks and their sketchbooks look so good. And they'll even be like, this is my beginner sketchbook, and their drawings are like, they're beautiful. And like maybe that's how it works for some people, but I have some genuinely ugly sketches and drawings that are how a real beginner looks. Or, okay, maybe some people are just really good, so I shouldn't say, I'm not dissing them. Like, maybe they're just good. If you're like, you suck though, like, it's okay to suck, because I have a whole book full of really, really terrible sketches. So, I just want to do it so people don't feel as alone, where they're just like, wow, like, why does my practice stuff look like absolute trash? And you'll know you're not alone, because yeah, mine do be looking like that. Also, like, even my good drawings now, like, there is still... Hold up. Why is it... Photoshop? Don't do that. Like, I have to do, like, rough sketches of everything first. And those do look bad. But like, that's part of my process. Like, I know there are some people that are really good at drawing. Maybe it's like certain subjects or whatever, but they can just go at a blank page and kind of like figure it out as they go along. And that is like mind-blowing to me, because my process is always like really loose, like pencil sketch. And then slowly, like, it's almost like I'm sculpting. That's kind of how I draw, where I don't like... Maybe it's because I can't envision it in my head as well. I don't know. But I have to like feel it out. That's kind of like the difference. But everybody's different. I almost wonder, guys. We're not gonna worry about it though. I feel like I made the turtle... Problem is, they're sitting so far towards the foreground here that they needed to be like a lot bigger than the characters behind, but then they almost feel like they're too big. That's kind of been my issue with this little beginning page. But when I light this scene, you're really like, these guys are gonna be all kept in the shadows and stuff, and we're gonna have kind of like light coming through. You won't see the window, but it'll be pouring from like this, this direction, like sunlight, and it will be like lighting up these two characters, so the focus is on them. Okay, we gotta lock it in if we want to get these done. It's looking like I started doing that only towards the end. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, like 12 sheets of 2 pages. So 24. We got 24 we gotta do. That's a lot. But at least I don't have the problem solved, so it's really just tracing. It's like very mundane work though. But I should be grateful because last time I was drawing, it was like a break in my brain trying to figure out how to make the turtle look like he was sitting on a log. Did it fix, didn't I? Yeah, I did. I decided to make the turtle stand. I was like, you know, some things you just can't figure out. And you gotta let it go. Which I'm getting so much better at. It's just because I'm getting old. I don't know what it is. But there used to be times where it's like, if I couldn't get it, it would just drive me crazy. I think it's because you just feel like, you know, like you failed or whatever. But it's like, Lord willing, have a lot of years of creating art ahead of me. And it's like, at some point, I'll be able to do that, like, no problem. And maybe it's like a character design flaw as well. Like, I'm not saying these are the best characters I've ever created. So, you know, in my future, I hope that I'll make better art and continue to like make more and more art that's better. So if it's not right now, maybe in a year or two, I'll be doing it and I'll be like, I don't know. Wait a minute. Do we like this neck? Yeah, I do. All right, we're gonna leave it. The nose. The eyes. We're also getting really close to the end of the Reggie Origins Part 2. So I gotta like open up my Google Docs and check out what Part 3 is gonna be. Even though we're gonna fix Part 1 before we move on to 3. I still want to keep it kind of like in mind just to make sure like we're ending it where it needs to end before we go into the next scene. But that'll be interesting to see because it's been so long since I wrote and like broke down how it was gonna be that I don't actually remember 100% of what part of the story comes next. Like I have a general idea of how it goes from like point A to B, but I don't remember the exact order I put like the events of things after this part. So I need to look into that. Oh my gosh, guys, I always do this. I zoom like infinitely far out by accident. Actually, that looks... Yes. I'm glad I'm doing this. Alright, let's do Figgy next. Save the file. So if we did 25, the turtle. We gotta fix Figgy's tail, actually, guys. I'm not loving this. Let's erase this out. It's way too close to the turtle's cheek. I'm not wanting any tangents here. Tail guide. Just trying to like quality control these. So the end of the body is here. And it doesn't go any further than there. Maybe a bit like this. Do 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 do. There we go. That's kind of cool. Yeah. All right, let's fix this up. All right, so we did 20, 25 on the turtle. Bum, bum, bum. That's 25. So maybe we do like... Looks like we did 15. Do you think I should keep these the same? I don't know why the face looks so much thinner than 15. Let's do like a 20 then. Let's do 20 over top. And because I can see that I put way too much space at the bottom of the chin again. I have a tendency of doing that. Or I used to have a tendency. I'm just gonna draw. Let's rotate the canvas. I'm gonna draw on the inside part of the line. A little trick of the trade. No one will know. No one will be the wiser that I messed up in the original. Except for you guys now. Don't tell anybody. And the cheek. There we go. Do, 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 do. Yeah, I think I need to find though, like I like this playlist, this music playlist. I think I need to find a new one because y'all are gonna get bored. I'm gonna get bored of it. We gotta like diversify playlists. Maybe this weekend. I'm probably kidding myself because I never get around to these things, but I would like to put together a playlist of my brother's music because it's really nice to listen to, especially when working. I think you guys would like it. I also feel like it would go well with the children's book. So it might be a nice combo. Do, 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 do. Okay, here we go. Yeah, it's getting dark outside early. It's only 3 here, but I don't know if it's gonna rain. Hopefully not. It's actually like, I think it's close to 50 degrees outside. It's like a heat wave for us. I was like out wearing my shorts while exercising. Like maybe I'm a little insane. Actually, it's probably more like 40, 45. But for me, around January, that feels like 60 degrees. Especially since we had been like... Bro, I want the canvas rotate. There we go. It had been like... Mostly like, even some days, it would be like in the 20s during the day. And so I got really used to like exercising and just like the bitter cold. So as soon as it warms up a bit, it just feels so nice. What if I should do this peak on a separate layer? Let me check how I drew. Ba ba da ba. Do 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 do. I like this a little bit better here. Okay, here we go. You know, I was thinking that I could have done, which I didn't plan out. I didn't do, like I could have done one of the duck drawings, like that I have in my shorts and stuff. I could have done like the zodiac, one of the zodiac animals, like because this year is the fire horse. Like I didn't do it. Why didn't I think of that? So I'd have to figure out how to make a duck look like a horse and then be on fire. I think I could have pulled it off, but it would have looked like a little bit crazy probably. Maybe next year. I don't know when. What animal that will be. I think last year was a snake, wasn't it? Yeah. Do, 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 do. Or maybe it wasn't a snake. What was last year's? Is it a chicken? I guess the rooster. I don't think they call it the chicken. I'm not like the kind of person that believes in that stuff, but I also just like, I'm also the person that be like, oh my gosh, this is like my zodiac year and this is like my personality traits. And then I'll be like, no, these don't matter. But then I'll also be like, oh my gosh, it makes so much sense since, you know, I'm a rabbit. I'm like, why am I like this? Like, I can't help it. I'm like selectively, you say superstitious? I don't know. Like, it's just kind of like for fun, you know? It's kind of like wishing on a star. It's like everybody knows nothing's gonna happen. But it's like, you just do it. It's like, well, why not? Worst case scenario, everybody was wrong, and it actually does work. One thing I didn't realize is it's not too hard to see like a shooting star. Like if you stare at the sky long enough, you'll see more than you think. That's kind of what amazed me. One thing okay, so like the stars are harder to see in the summer just because like the heat and the haze or whatever. But in the winter, on like a really cold night here, the stars are so much like brighter and clear. And it is so pretty. I'm gonna draw on the back here, then we got this arm. Which I think, hold up. See, the problem with redrawing these is it's like, oh my god, fix that camera. Some hunched over guys. At some point I'm gonna have to go stretch. What was I saying? Oh, when I'm redrawing these, I'm now gonna be like, actually, I don't like how I did this. And before you know it, I'm gonna be redrawing everything. So, you know, keep me accountable, guys. I'm not allowed to make that many changes. There will be other books, and these are definitely fine enough. It's just like those little things that I start to see, or I'm like, oh shoot, I don't like that. Like, did I make... No, actually, that's just fine. Let's do the tail now. For a second, I thought I did the arms too long, but I just measured and it seemed fine. Okay, we might run into a problem down here with the legs. Are these gonna be... Nah, it'll be fine. I was worried it was gonna be too thick and make it look weird next to the table. There we go. Just let me erase this out. Only concern here is that I think I made the legs too long. Let's rotate this. But like they had to reach the floor. I don't know why I made the first page like one that would be so difficult to draw. But I wanted to have like, you know, the right opening scene, like opening moment. Yeah, I like this better. I also left more room on like the side of the face there because it was a little bit too... It was too tight like in here. It seems like it's better. Alright, now we gotta do... I can delete the tail guide. Oh, we gotta do the pencil. Hold up. No, maybe that I bring back to 15. Let's do that. Because I want the pencil to look thinner. Bum, bum, bum. There we go. Take the top a little flatter. Oh, you know what's fun? When we were kids and we had to go to the orthodontist to like get our braces adjusted and whatnot, they would give out pencils, I guess because they wanted kids to study. And I guess they didn't want us to eat candy and whatnot. But they would have like ones there that like when you were holding it, the color would change as it got like warm in your hand. It's the little things, you know? They also had ones that were like, they had some like really interesting ones, like ones that were almost like covered in like a velvety type like fabric, which is all fun and games until you would grind it on the pencil grinder and it would just kind of like shred everywhere. But it looked cool. But like if you had, so like there's something about dry hands and something that's like velvety feeling that like ugh. And you know, like during the winter months when we were doing school, like your hands would very frequently end up dry. Yeah, I wasn't there for it. Jamie. Lines. Again, there we go. Okay. Wait. Yeah, I got rid of the old lines for Figgy. Let's see, this is Mac. Oh, looks like I missed a part. So we did 25 on Mac, didn't we? Mac the turtle. Do 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 do. Yeah, I was saying to my brother, it's almost been long enough since I watched like the OG MacGyver series that I could rewatch it again. I'm kind of excited, like, yay, memory loss. Like, I'm glad I don't remember all the episodes, so now I can rewatch it. All right, we got 25. All right, let's lower the opacity on this. Yeah, I like the... I haven't watched the newer one, though. But I like the original MacGyver. Okay, so why... It's not supposed to be sticking to the guides, but it is. Maybe something got turned on. Let's snap. Oh, snap to guides got turned on. I must have been doing something where I needed that on, and then I forgot to turn it off. Crisis averted. Okay, actually, here's what I need to do, guys. I did the same thing where I need to make... Same thing I did on Figgy, where I made it too much space, and so I'm gonna follow this inside line. Let's make this a little less visible though. I feel like my lines are looking a little bit wonky. Do 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 do. Oh shoot, that's wrong. Oh, so you know the other stream I was talking about? Was it Scott's Thinker? Were you asking me? Somebody was asking me about my favorite anime. And I was like really stumped. And I was like, couldn't think of one. So later I was like, bro, what are my favorite anime? And then I realized, I'll show you guys later because I'm going to be working on the silly decks. But I'm doing like Edward and Alphonse from Full Metal Alchemist. And I was like, that, I have to say, is probably takes first place in my favorite anime. So Full Metal Alchemist. So good. Yeah. I'm like, I need to do like fan art from that. Why haven't I done that? Well, I've kind of done it now. I'll be showing you guys, but I did like deck versions. I feel like I had plans to do... They're not on my walls. Was that like a fever dream? But I feel like I had started doing like a Full Metal Alchemist fan art. I just don't know where it went. I think it was going to be like a watercolor and everything too. Maybe I just never got around to doing it. which is a little sad. Ears attached in here. All right, do hair. I think this looks better. Also, we're making pretty good time. It's 3:15, and I've almost finished this one page. Here. I would like to make a fair amount of progress on these before the end of today's work session. But we're gonna see what happens. Let's rotate that. There we go. I don't like how this cheek looks over here. Like, fix this line a little bit. Here we go. I'm getting focused now. I'm gonna need coffee, guys. That's what I'm feeling. Like, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to... Either that or I need to find a playlist with like really upbeat music. Let's see how this is looking on my other monitor. Not too bad. Should I do the nose now? Yeah, let's put the nose in. Little nose. The little buck tooth. There we go. Yeah, I still... Oops. Well, there went that line. I still feel like I may have... Okay, so that line needs to be... There we go. What was I saying? I need to do something. Oh, I feel like I made this character's body a little too thick as well, so I'm just gonna cut down a little on the shoulders. A little bit here. Which means when I do the background elements, I'm gonna have to fill in a little bit more space between the table here. That's not an issue. Just gonna bring the lines over more. Okay, so foot. Come on. Put this hand in here. Hold up. Hold the phone. No, that's right. This is how I usually draw it. Yeah, I kept the hand on this character pretty simple. I have to stop myself because I keep thinking about like what book I want to do next. And I think it's only like a matter of time before I have my Google Docs pulled out and I'm like typing away on a new story idea. And it's like, no, I need to finish one project at a time. But you know how it is, you have like so many ideas, you just want to make them all happen. And the problem is like the writing part of like a loose ideas comes really easy and fast for me. And then it comes down to like actually like refining that text and making sense of what you just scribbled. And before you know it, you like invested hours. Okay, let's see. Pencil here. Wait a minute. Gotta make sure I get this angle right so when you see the end of the pencil, it comes out right. There we go. Do. Also, if I ever show you guys if I do like a sketchbook stream, I can show you guys. I have like a portraits sketchbook too when I was doing portraits. It might be interesting to kind of go through those and show you guys. Like earlier I was talking about how like a lot of like learning about how to like get proportions correct and just using like the head to measure different proportions along the body and stuff. Well, those are like all things I learned while I was doing portraits back in 2021, I want to say, when I was doing it the most. Ideally, I'd love to start doing portraits again, but it's just like trying to divide my time. And like I'll have high ambitions of being like, oh, on the weekend, like I'll just do an hour or whatever, but my Sundays are pretty much full of like recording and doing like home chores, like stuff like laundry and cleaning my room and whatnot. And I never get around to it. Okay, so now let's do Sammy. So maybe once we like have a good start on like getting the children's book illustrated and whatnot, or we might have to take a break on the children's book while we get the rest of the text and everything figured out. So maybe in that time I could do some portraits, which I feel like might be interesting to watch because I remember a lot of what I'm supposed to do, but like the muscle memory is gone, as well as like I feel like I've lost a lot of my, like I had trained my eye to get better at drawing proportions, and those skills have definitely gotten a lot duller. So it might be interesting watching me like progress as I try to get back to where I was. And then I can also show you guys some of the portraits I like successfully did, and then along with like my really bad ones. But I like doing them with charcoal, so I use like Vine charcoal, and I just love how easy like you can like erase and manipulate the lines with charcoal, like the Vine charcoal, because it's like super fine. It's like messy, but it's really fun. You can really like work with it with your hands, which I imagine might not, it probably ruins the longevity of your painting, but it's not like like if the paper, like you know how like if your oils get on the paper, it will start to, over time it will start to damage the paper. But I haven't done any portraits where I'm like, I need this to be in existence in like 200 years. Like nobody's putting my portraits in a museum, so not really too worried about it. I'd rather just have the experience of getting to use my hands on the paper and experience the art than worrying about if it's gonna exist in another 200 years. There we go. Yeah, but it's fun. It's challenging, but it's fun. And you quickly find out with like portraits how important the proportions are. Like you get one thing off by just like a centimeter and everyone's gonna notice. They're gonna be like, yeah, it doesn't really look like that person. So if you get a portrait right, like your like hand-eye coordination and perception of proportion is impeccable. Like I want to be able to do it. I feel like portraits to me are like the Olympic sport of art, because not only do like So if you do like pencil sketches, like the lines need to be all in the right place, but then like think about when you take portraits and you start doing like oil painting or watercolor. So not only is there like the complexity of getting the proportions and everything right, there's also the complexity of like skin tones and getting those colors all correct. Yeah, and then like there's eyes. It's just there's so many like very difficult things about painting like humans, because like our skin is reflective, but it's also like transparent, and like as well as our eyes, like they're reflective, you can see through parts. It's a lot to it. Something I would love to master at some point. Whatever mastering something really means though. Like I don't know. When do you really feel like a master of something? I don't know. I guess when you're not, well, I shouldn't say when you're not scared to do it anymore, because I feel like there are people who aren't scared to like make mistakes. And I've gotten better where I'm like, I'm not as scared to make mistakes, but you still just have like that bit of hesitation. But I feel like when you master is feel like, I guess to be like, someone's like, hey, like I want a portrait done of like someone I like, or like a family member, whatever, and like they commission me to do it. If I was ever doing portraits for commission, like I wouldn't, like I'll know when I feel like, yeah, I can do that, and it won't matter what angle they're at or like the lighting or whatever, like I'm gonna be able to do it. I guess that's when you feel like you've mastered something. At least that's how I feel like. Although I shouldn't say that. It's more like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't think I understand what it means to have mastery of anything. If I'm being honest, I know how to feel like confident that I can like problem solve whatever like a client will need for certain things. But I can't say I have like a mastery of it, so to speak. Like I don't really know what that means. Yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think? Like, I'm sure there's like an internet definition of like what it means to like be a master of something, but like personally, like what do you think that would like feel like? I don't know. I don't think I've experienced it yet when I really think about it. But I am like, I'm still very young. Like I haven't been alive long enough and been doing one thing long enough to feel like I've mastered it. I'm gonna put this on I'm gonna start do the body on a separate layer just in case. Just in case I don't like what I do. Okay, the hand. Maybe by the end of the book, I'll have mastery of drawing these characters. 2, 3, 4, 5. I feel like I don't have mastery, but I'm well on the way to very familiar. If that's a category, then I'm definitely in that one. Because I've drawn these guys a lot at this point. I think I'm gonna make the arm a little bit longer here. Thumb. This finger, this one. Oh. This one needs to come more like this. There we go. So what I have sitting, like, I've been working, it's been sitting on my desk forever. I really need to finish it, guys, but I have a watercolor that I did of one of the like silly ducks that was in one of my videos, and it's been sitting at like the almost done stage for probably like 2 months now. And again, it's like I feel like I was fairly confident in like drawing and not painting and watercolors, but again, like you take a break for a while and then suddenly you become very timid. And I just feel like I don't have the like shade. I can't mix the shade of purple I want. So I'm like, I don't want to finish it because it needs a very like specific shade. But I'm like, I think I just need to face the music and just do it. Because like there's no point just sitting there, because then I can't finish. I can't finish my, like I can't finish it. If I don't finish it, then I can't start a new one. All right, we finished a page. Let's go. Let's zoom out and see how it looks. Let's get rid of max lines. So these guys look good. Something looks funny here to me. Yeah, there we go. This shape will come forward. There we go. Ba ba ba. Alrighty, so let's go. Oh boy. We got some stuff to fix over here. This page. Alright, let's start with these ones at the bottom and then go up. So it looks like I kept these separate. Let's start with Sammy. Lower these. Sammy line again. So much to do. Oh guys, I gotta drink. Maybe if I make tea, I make kind with like caffeine in it. I don't know. Although I feel like I'm waking up a little bit. Maybe I'll be fine. Alright, 25? 20? No, let's do 25. I don't know, actually. Hold up, let's give this a go. Let's just pretend we're doing it for real. Is this gonna be too much? Because what's gonna happen when I get down to the hands? I'm trying to get this big brush. Let's take a look at 20. 20's... Yeah, okay, let's do 20. Otherwise, it's gonna look really weird when we get to the hands. We don't want that. Okay, guys, give me 1 second. I just realized I need to message someone. I'm like so scattered these days. Started. Come on, Emma. Yeah, I started keeping a list of like words I can't spell because, you know, the other day I was talking about how I want to make that program to help like dyslexics remember spelling. So I was like, what a way to start is for me to start building my own collection of words that I can't spell myself. I started. Okay. Close that. Where were we? Yes. The pits of despair. That's actually... Bro, why didn't I think of that? I don't know. If you guys haven't seen the Princess Bride movie, or maybe you read the book, both are really good. It's so good. It's so funny. I should do like a Ducky fan art. Who should I do though? That's the question. I have to think about that one. Honestly, I'd love to do like all of the characters from the movie. Yeah, that's definitely like a classic movie. I've not watched that in a hot minute. I read the book like it was 2015. Yeah. So that's been like 11 years almost. Yeah, I think it was like summer 2015 is when I read that. I had no idea it had a book. Like I thought it was just a movie. And honestly, I still say this. I've never read a book that felt so close to the movie. Like there were some things that got cut because of just like how do you fit that all into one movie? But yeah, it felt like really close to the movie, which was pretty crazy. There we go. I also should have done, there's always next month. I should do a month where all I do is characters from the Merlin TV series. That would be fun. Here we go. Put this eye. I still think it's a crime that like Merlin doesn't really get a happy ending. Especially like that episode where he finally has like a girlfriend and she has magic and he doesn't have to hide it from her, and then mute me if you haven't watched this episode yet. But she dies. And it's just like, well, I guess you could have guessed she was gonna die, right? Because like she kind of would have interfered with Merlin's future of like saving Arthur and whatnot. But yeah, it was kind of sad. It's like Merlin deserves happiness. Probably more than anyone else in that series. I feel like this could be a bad take, but like I always liked Gwen, but when she became queen, like she changed. And it wasn't like the root thing, you know? It was like even when she was normal. It's like she just wasn't the same. Like she wasn't as, I guess she just wasn't as chill. I mean, granted she's like queen now, but maybe she felt like she had to like act a certain way so the people wouldn't be like, you have a servant as a queen, you know? So maybe she was like trying to be more like proper queen or whatever. But it's just kind of like sad. Like it's not the same Gwen now that she's married. Yeah. Just the little things, you know. Again, I think I need to bring the shoulders in a little bit here. There we go. Yeah, but Merlin's so good. Yeah, like I was saying this before, but a big reason why I wanted to dye my hair black. Well, I used to have long hair. That was the first time I dyed it black. But one of the main reasons I wanted to was Morgana. I was like, she is so pretty with her black hair. And like when I was younger, I thought I kind of looked like her. I do not, but like I want to look like her. Even she's a villain. I know she's a villain, but like as an actress, you know, I was like, I want to look like her. Maybe I mean, I guess I looked a little more like her when I had longer hair. But like she did a really good job playing Morgana. And there we go. Yeah, we used to like every summer, my one cousin, Sarah, the one who's working on the book with me, she would come out to visit and we would just binge Merlin for like a month. It was really great. Yeah, we'd eat a bunch of ice cream, watch Merlin. It was simpler times. Kind of miss that. I think what I miss most about like being young was like, I guess just not having to like think too much. I mean, like I had to be fairly young because as soon as you get into like your teens, you start worrying about your future. But like when you're like really young, like 10 and younger or whatever, like you don't worry about your future, you know? You don't have to worry like about your career. You don't have to worry about, you know, like how are your choices gonna affect your life, you know? Or like are your choices now gonna be something you regret? And it's like, am I gonna regret playing Little Big Planet for an hour? Heck no. Like those choices didn't really matter. In fact, those are some of the best choices I made. I feel like a lot of the games I played as a kid kind of makes sense why I'm like, I've gone the way I've gone with art. It's like I was always creating things. Typically, like we even played to like, I don't know which Age of Empires it was, but it was like an old Age of Empires. It was like, so the disc was like green, like mostly green. That's all I remember. And you had like a creative mode, and I would build so that you could build your own map, which was so much fun. I would spend hours making like, I don't know why I used it instead of Zoo Tycoon, which we had, but I would build like a little zoo. So I'd use like the walls, and then I'd have like, I love the horses. So like have horses. I think you could spawn like tigers and stuff like that. Yeah, so I would build like zoos. And then on Little Big Planet, I would build typically like maps you could play through. I like trying to build like boats with like you could put like not a propeller, is that the word you use for a boat? But like building boats that could move in the water, or like things that would, like a car that could drive. And then also like I would always be using, especially I think in this Little Big Planet 2, where you could like add stickers to your clothing. So I would try to like collect all the outfits and then try to like customize them as much. And then even like this main like spawn spaceship, like decorating that. So always like thinking about design and creation. And then of course Minecraft came along, and like, bro, after Minecraft I low-key considered like architecture as like a career choice, because either that or like landscaping actually, or I was definitely thinking about like interior design, which I feel like I think I could have done. I mean, you practice hard with anything, you can get good at it, right? But I think I would have enjoyed it, and I think I still like if I had gone that way, I don't think I would have been upset. So maybe that's something I do someday, I don't know. But yeah, there were a lot of games I played that like I feel like they helped like create kind of like the creative person that I am. There was like really nice like outlets for me to just try things. And then also like I've always been very crafty. Bro, what layer am I doing? Oh, piggy. Line. Chicken. There we go. Alright, let's do this. Again, we gotta fix this. Gotta fix this line here. Brush size 20. Maybe a little bit more, actually. Yeah, it's kind of funny because once I got into like my later teens, so like 16, 17, 18, I would say, I gamed a lot less than I did. And I kind of regret that, actually. Like, I spent a lot more time outdoors because I was helping my sister with her horses and whatnot. Like, I horsed around, you could say. Yeah, it's interesting. Like, one of my regrets is that I didn't play more video games. And I feel like you're not going to hear many people say that. But, like, I feel like it was, like, a time in my life where I should have been kind of, like, discovering what I wanted for myself. And I didn't really have much time to really think about what I wanted. And it wasn't until, like, I just kind of got, like, a burnout of just kind of, like, doing what everybody else was doing that I was like, I don't know, I finally started, I like gamed more and just started thinking about like what do I want to do, you know? Like I needed to give myself enough time to do the things I enjoy doing. So I started sewing more and stuff like that. And then eventually started painting. I think I probably started painting probably like late end of 18. Yeah, because I did like, so I did actually probably, bro, what order did that go in? At some point down the line, I did like a Bob Ross painting and that had a big impression on me. And I was like, oh my gosh, that was so much fun. Like creating these textures with the brush, like making this come to life. So Bob Ross, and then also my sister Rose, she was actually into art before I was. And she kind of got me interested into it because she started like drawing like characters from like manga and anime. And I was like, oh my gosh, like I want to be able to do fan art and whatnot of my favorite characters as well. Like, I don't know, there's something fun about being able to draw your favorite character. And so it kind of like started like that. And although Rose, she didn't keep up with it, I was trying to get her to the other day. I was like, Rose, could I interest you in getting back into art? Because I would love to have someone in the family who also like, you know, draws and paints again. But we'll see. Because she's honestly, she had a really good eye. Rose has a good eye for proportion. And I just do not have that. So I think if she were to pick up art again, like if I could teach her like the fundamentals and stuff, she would definitely, she would go pretty far pretty fast. So we got to convince her, guys. That's what we got to do to pick back up art. She did, so we both took, like, our neighbor actually was really kind. She gave us like free China painting lessons. That was something I would have probably never been able to try otherwise, because you need like a kiln and you need like the paints have like metal in them. It's expensive. But she was so nice and taught us how to do it. But I feel like she wasn't too good at teaching kind of like the art fundamentals. She would give us like reference images and kind of guide us on like some shading and coloring and stuff, and about how to like apply the paint to the surface, which is really important for that medium. But she never really, like, I never learned any of that kind of stuff from her. And so it's like we got better, but not like in certain areas. So I feel like if Rose could come back to art, Rose, if you're watching, come back to art, come back to it. And like if she could, you know, like master the basics or whatever, learn a little bit more about like color theory and composition, like she would do really well. She does, okay, one thing she still does, she's shown me she does like some pixel art, which is pretty cool. Like that's something I'd like to try. But again, it's like trying to fit the time into it. So I just enjoy seeing Rose's pixel art. So you can't do everything, right? So that's why you gotta collect art from artists who do things you don't have time to do, so you can enjoy art through them. Okay, what layer is this eye on? Okay, here we go. Oops. Here we go. All right, let's do the body, and then we're gonna do, let me save this layer. We're going on 4 already. Oh my gosh. Guys, I'll need to stand up and stretch at some point. Okay. Backpack. Yeah, when I started studying, when was that? So I bought, okay, it was before I started studying storyboarding. I think it was like late 2021. I thought I wanted to do like concept art. And so for that, I was gonna have to learn how to do a lot of like creating scenes out of like my head, and you're almost like an insane like photo basher, right? Because you're kind of like, you're creating, you use references, right, as a guide, and then you kind of have to like translate that into your composition and piece. So maybe you have like a reference for how you kind of want the lighting to be, and then, you know, some guides on like what the foliage will look in that scene, or like what the building architecture will be like. So you have like a loose guide, but a lot of it just is like, it's coming out of your head. And so what I really wanted to do is kind of like, I wanted to get a good, strong like grasp on color theory. And I have to say, that time I spent after I bought that course on Gumroad, bro, what was his name? He was so good. He did like the World of Warcraft, like playing cards, art, and all that stuff. So good. So a lot of like the digital workflow I learned from him. And especially like, even like in doing like oil paintings now, like I use a lot of his like layering techniques when I'm approaching a project. And then also like I learned color through him as well. That and some YouTube videos I watched, and they were so helpful. So I have like a lot better of an idea on like color, but that's gonna get put to the test, guys, when I have to color these scenes. You're all gonna be thinking I was lying when I start to struggle bust my way through coloring these illustrations, but it'll be nice because it'll force me to like refresh, you know? Since it's been so long since I really... Okay, I think I made their belly a little too big. Oops, that's not what I want to do. Yeah, so I'm kind of excited. I did have the opportunity this year to do... It was digital, but it was like in oil style, like a landscape painting for somebody who commissioned it. And oh my gosh, I was like so excited. It was like I was on like an art high, because it had been so long since I had gotten to like paint that it was just like all I knew about color theory and like everything I had been like trying to like maintain in my brain. And like I frequently watch videos on how to oil paint and stuff still. And so there's so many things I wanted to try. I just hadn't like a time or a project to do. But this one, I had time because it was for a client, and it was just so much fun getting to like put everything together that I had been dying to try. And honestly, it turned out pretty good. I was pretty happy. I need to put it on my Instagram, which I haven't done yet, because I am allowed to share it. Yeah, it was just like, man, I really do love painting like landscapes and still life. I would love to do another still life in oils. I haven't done one in years. Yeah, probably since like, bro, probably since 2020 actually, or even before. Probably even before then. it's downstairs in the kitchen, so I can't show it to you guys. But at some point I'll have to bring it up. Maybe if I get enough people like following and who are interested, I'll like bring all my old paintings up and I can kind of show you guys my collection, because they're kind of all scattered around the house. Some of them I've also given away, so I don't have them all here. But yeah, I just want to do more, you know? But it's always a struggle finding the time. I'm hoping though, these like character studies I'm doing with you guys, like I really want to be able to start like doing my own characters, especially when I do another book. Like I really want the character designs to be really solid, or at least as close as, you know, as I can get. Let's put the pupils in. That is just like, it's fun when like the vision in your head can like actually come to life, and I feel like that's the one like aspect where I can't quite, when it comes to character design, I'm not there yet, you know? And so I gotta make that change. Let me merge these. There we go. All right, next we are on to, hold up. Okay, those can be invisible now. We've got this layer, this one. Piggy, glasses, line, again. I'm gonna do these at 20 as well. I feel like I randomly get ideas while I'm streaming of what I want to draw like next for my sleigh decks. And it would be kind of also fun to do like Cookie Monster. So maybe I do like a Sesame Street like lineup of decks, like Elmo, Oscar the Grouch, Cookie Monster, Big Bird. That would actually be funny because Big Bird's already a bird. And then we need a fifth one. Maybe like, I guess I could do like Ernie and Bert. That'd be kind of funny. That makes 6 though. I'll decide. Okay, that or like the Muppets. I could do like a Muppet version of the silly decks. That'd be kind of funny. Okay, what Muppet movie was it? The one where there's like the frog that's impersonating Kermit. My favorite scene from that one has to be when they get to Germany and there's like the sign out for their show, and they read it and it says Die Muppets. It is amazing. Like, since I speak German now, it just means the Muppet, but it's but like it looks like the English word for that. So I don't know why, like I'm a very simple person. It cracked me up. That, and when like the two characters are like comparing their badge sizes, that was really funny. Is that like the last Muppet movie we've had? Has there been another one since then? I don't think so. Bro, I don't even remember when that was made. It's been so long. I'm getting old. Maybe time's just going too fast. Which is another sign that I'm aging, actually. Things are not looking good, guys. Okay, here I kind of like bent the laws of the character because I wanted to look like he was kind of like holding it. like that, the side of the glasses. So Figgy now has like a thumb. But it's kind of like what they were showing with Pooh Bear. Like sometimes Pooh Bear does have a thumb when they need it. So you can mess around with characters. Boom, boom, boom. I wonder if I should. This one's not too off actually. I just curve up a little bit. I feel like it was a little bit wider than it needed to be. And then here, you know how I was talking about how Piggy has like little feathers under the hat, and it's like the little hair on what character were we drawing the other day? I was like little I think we were drawing like geese. I don't know what movie they were from. But they had like the little sprouts of feathers look like hair. So I did that on Figgy as well. Just to kind of like humanize the characters a little bit more. That way they're more relatable. Like the little things, you know? You know, it'd be fun to maybe get good at drawing is like guinea pigs. So my sister Rhodes used to have guinea pigs. And that could make like fun characters for a children's book. Because like guinea pigs come in a lot of different like colors and like fur types. And so I could get really creative with kind of like character designs, even though it's just fur. That would be kind of fun. Okay, so the beak. Bum, bum, bum. I don't know. Let's bring it in a little bit more. There we go. Maybe not. Maybe it won't. I'm not gonna draw the inside on that one part, so it looks like the smile is a bit happier. So it's more turned up. There we go. Now, I was talking about this last time. Like, do I want to add... I think I do. So I was kind of like torn, where like sometimes I don't draw like a tongue in the mouth, but I think I want to do that. The question is, how wide do I make it? I feel like the birds' tongues are pretty narrow. It's like their bill, but I want to make it like hyper realistic. Actually, that's not bad. Maybe I'll round it down a little bit. Let's go with that for now. I can always make some adjustments. Which means I need to change. Should I write that in my notes? You know what? I should write in my notes, guys. That's something I was also supposed to do before I went through and read through these, which I can do at the same time, but I was gonna go through and check each drawing for inconsistencies and then be like, oh, like I need to draw the tongue in everywhere, and then I need to, let's see, like maybe sometimes there isn't really a strict law for how I draw the eyebrows. Sometimes they're floating off the character, sometimes they're on. It really just depends on the pose. Little stuff like that. I just make sure I drew like the hands everywhere the same on each character. Because I think on the turtle I changed it up when he was like playing cards. Yeah, so let me finish this drawing and then we're gonna check the other ones I just did. And this like in here. Tail. Actually, I want to make that a little bit wider. There we go. And narrow as it comes in here. Maybe I like this. Let's fix this up here. This looks a little wrong. Do, 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 do. Yeah, it took a hot minute to figure out, like, cause I'm pretty sure we're gonna get these printed through Amazon's, what do they call it? They have like a special acronym for their printing service or whatever for books. Just because we don't have the money to go through like a proper publisher. But it took me forever. Their website has the least clear information on like book sizing and like what size you need to make it. So yeah, it took me a hot minute to figure out how to size these pages before I even started like the files. That is something I wish that they would improve. But again, it's like anytime there's somebody who holds like a monopoly over something, if their website is crap, they have no incentive to fix it. Because it's like, oh, well, where else are you gonna go? Like, we know you're using Amazon because you can't afford a proper publisher. So it's my beef with their print service. So I'm hoping and praying that it's like when we get the first one done and test it out, that it's not just like totally whacking off a ton of the page. But we shall deal with that issue when it comes. I'm almost 100% certain I have it right because I spent a long time getting it correct. But they don't have like it's like, you know, if you get like prints done anywhere, like there's like a little, it's like a little mock-up of what it's gonna look like and where it'll crop it. They don't have features like that. You just upload the file, say a prayer, and hope it ships to you right. I'm like, Amazon, why are you like this? Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be interesting indeed. I'm like, this is not how I'd prefer to do it and not how I would have designed the website, but it's like so bare bones. They're just trying to save money, which is very typical. Okay, let's merge these layers. But you think about how many people print through there, it's like, you'd think they'd want to make it better, but maybe by the time I had the book finished, they will have improved it. I don't know. Sammy, hat, line, thicken. Alright, I gotta get more water. Bro, it's already 4. That's good though. It's nice when work goes fast. Do. Alright, what was I? Oh yeah, I was complaining about Amazon, but yeah. So here's hoping that when I get them printed, everything's fine. Because I want, like, I'm hoping there's a feature for this, but well, you know what I'm just gonna do is I'm not gonna announce that they're available to purchase. I just want to make sure like the books look good before anyone else would buy one. So we'll order one for us, and then if it looks like crap, we don't have to worry because nobody else bought one yet. Or hopefully Amazon has like a feature where it's like, well, like you could buy one first for yourself before you publicly start selling it. Again, it's more stuff I gotta figure out. Right now, we're just cruising through the art part though, which is nice. Yeah, next book I do is gonna be so much faster though, because your girl is going to... I know so much more about the process. I made some time-consuming mistakes, but it's like you gotta do it to know. Which is great that it's like, it's my own project, so it's like it doesn't matter that it's taking me this long, like, you know, because There's nobody waiting. It's not a client's book. Now, in terms of storyboards, that was like, that I did fast and I did how I typically would. But what I would do different is like things I didn't know about was like one, having proper character design sheets. Because when I did the storyboards, I didn't have like a guide that was like accurate. So when I drew the characters, they were actually like close to 2 heads taller than they are now. So like proportionally on the page, they took up a lot more space, and it was a really different from like what they are now. So I almost had to like redraw a lot of the composition once the character shapes had like officially been changed to this. And that was a big mistake I made. But that wouldn't have happened if I was just storyboarding for a client, because they would have had what they wanted the characters to look like. The problem is because I was doing the storyboards without having finished the character designs. But I'd never done a children's book before, so I wasn't quite sure about the process on that. But now I know. And now, since this year I'm studying character design, I'm gonna be able to like whip out character designs way faster, which will be amazing, and they hopefully should be better. And then I could get right into my favorite part, which is, honestly, I loved storyboarding this so much. Like, it was so much fun. And I just kind of like come off storyboarding like commercial style storyboards for my portfolio, and it's kind of really similar. You know, because it's just like, I'm not like animating it. There we go. I kind of thought about like making, you know how whenever like in old cartoons they take the glasses off a character, like their eyes are tiny. I toyed with doing that with this one, but I think it just looked a little too funny. So I decided to just like make them look like they were smiling. There we go. Boom. Oh, I think I made that a little too wide. Oh my gosh. I think it's time for me to get a cup of tea and step away for a bit. Well, we gotta finish the body though. We're not leaving until this is done. Yeah, because I've been going for 2 hours now. Like, granted, I did exercise already today, but like, that's no excuse for not stretching. Especially after sitting for 2 hours. Like, most of my workout in the beginning is all like combating like the dangers of having a sedentary job. Especially since like, so even if I have a nice chair and desk and stuff, like you sit like properly how you should, there's no way around it. Like when I'm drawing, I'm gonna have to lean forward. Unless they're expensive. You can get like big stands and like arms for your tablet. I don't have one of those, so I've just been like going crazy on like stretches and exercises for my shoulders and like neck and then also like my legs. So it's just like 30 minutes of reversing the damage of sitting all day. So it's kind of funny. Like I cannot. Okay, so I left their tail in. I don't want to end up with like back problems by the time I'm 30. There we go. Let's make this line. There it is. What was this line for? Oh, it's down there. Okay, so we have to go find Sammy. Figgy, here we go. So Figgy has a tongue now, so we gotta add it in. Why does it look weird now. Looks funny. Oh wait, hold up. Now we're cooking. Bum bum bum. And then which page? Oh, hold up. We are like layers and layers deep. Biggie. There we go. Let me screenshot this and put it next to the original one. See how they look together with these changes. Yeah, I like it better with the lines thickened. I think it's a good call. Let me show you guys. Here we go. So right side is original. Left side is what we just did. Yeah, I feel like it just helps like define the characters more. And we'll keep the background lines. Keep those thin just so... I don't know what these files are for. So when I re-export these into new files to do the like the colors and stuff, I'm gonna delete all the excess layers I had. But as far as these go, I'm gonna leave them in because this was the only file with those on and I don't want to lose those. I like having like the progress type stuff so I can kind of like look back at what I was doing. This page we're gonna finish quick. There's not that many here. Where's Sammy's? That's page left. Sammy, line, thicken. These lines. Oh, fun little fact, guys. It's a little hard to tell, but there's a painting here that Sammy's doing. And it's like birch trees in the fall. And it's actually like one of my first like acrylic paintings I ever did. So it's a little art within art, you know? A little spoiler. So we do... That's 25 line thickness. Question is, the hand's gonna get weird. No, I think we're gonna be fine. Let's do a 25. Yeah, 25. Let's write this down because as soon as I go down to get tea and come back, I'm probably gonna forget. Guys, I'm gonna be right back. And then we're gonna work on this for a little bit more. I wrote down what I was supposed to do today. Yeah, we're gonna work on... So if I go to 6... At 5... no, we need to start working on Reggie. It's okay, let's do... I'm gonna work... When I come back, I'm gonna do at least Sammy. We're gonna finish Sammy. And then we're going to probably go on over to Blender and start working on the animatic by like 4:30. So it leaves me like 10 minutes. Okay, we're gonna, however it works out, we're gonna do it. And then right at the end, we're gonna do like an hour, 30 minutes working on the silly ducks. So I'm gonna get tea. I'll be right back. And then we can get back to working on this. Alrighty, let's get Sammy done and then move on to Reggie. I just gotta make sure I do not forget my tea while it's steeping. Alright, 25. That's what we're doing. Got the lime work. I feel like I need to scoot my chair down. I work like more on the left side of my tablet when I'm streaming because I have like that part of the screen showing, so I try to like make sure that you guys can see it properly. Alright, so let's start at the top of the head. Bruh, these need a lot. There we go. I don't like working when the line's too opaque. Like, I want it to be there, but I don't want it to influence me that much. There we go. Yeah, I feel like I had a lot easier time drawing this room than I had drawing the classroom on the other page. Probably because there's a lot less like before I had to get like the tables, little desks in row, and then in perspective. I don't know why, but it's a nightmare for me. This is a lot more simple. And the angle that like this is at is kind of like offset, so you can get away with a little bit of mistake. So add the cheeks in here. Oh. There we go. I should have checked the time when I got back up here, actually. Because I wasn't gone that long. I don't want to steep my tea too long. I was reading that you shouldn't steep your tea too long because then it can become more acidic. Granted, the internet told me this, so take it with a grain of salt. But I'm trying not to like drink too acidic of stuff because I have a lot of problems with my teeth, and too much acidity can be bad for your teeth. So I'm like, one more thing I gotta be careful about. I really envy people who just like eat and drink whatever they want and then like never get cavities. Like, what is it like to have the power of God and anime on your side? Like, I would love to know. Trying to get the top of this eye in. Let's add a little more space in this side. Oops. I want this to come straighter down. A little bit more like that. And I want a little separation between the eye and the side of the head. I just don't like it when it's like crammed all together. There we go. That way we can kind of like, although I feel like I can, let's adjust this angle a little bit. You know, I was watching someone like made like an animated meme about the like, is that the crown jewels or something got stolen at the place in France? And I was like, did they ever catch the people? I'm like, I need to look that up. Anybody in chat know? That was like a couple months ago, wasn't it? Or it's probably half a year ago at this point. Is the way time goes for me. Oh, silly glasses. I'm like, that, you know, that's gonna be like a Netflix documentary in about no time. Or, you know, it could just be a full-on movie. Honestly, it would probably do really well. I feel like people like heist movies. It took me forever. My brother recommended Baby Driver. And I was like, the title was kind of like, huh? But bro, it's so good. And they're like, the cinematography was crazy too. I was like, yeah, I'm down for like almost any genre movie. Like I'll watch like action and like car chase movies. Like I will actually. Like it's like there's not like a genre I don't like. The only thing is it has to do with like the amount of energy I have. Maybe not necessarily the mood I'm in. Like if I don't have, like typically when I watch those, like I'll get excited while I'm watching them. Especially when like the cinematography is crazy. Cause then I'm paying so much attention to like each shot and how they change and like how they're like pacing things out and when like characters enter and exit scenes that like it will keep me up and then I won't be able to sleep at night. So I have to be very selective when I watch those kind of things. But I do like that kind of like those type of movies. Oh, that's hot. Okay. Do the rest of the body here. Yeah, I made Sammy painting here because, spoiler alert, in case you guys didn't notice, I'm an artist. And so I used my influence over the design of the book and made Sammy interested in art. That's not to say that extroverts can't be into art. But I do feel like if you have a job where you're sitting alone at home working in your studio and you're genuinely happy with it, odds are you're introverted. Not always the case. So I feel like it went well with this character. I feel like if you're an extrovert and you really like talking to people but also doing art, those people that do like I always get this lady in my feed where she does like live painting like portraits at weddings. It blows my mind. I could not imagine trying to do like portraits in that short amount of time while you have like wedding guests coming up to you asking you questions all the time. Like really respect her. Like that's crazy hard. And then it turns out so good. Like she must have, I feel like you probably get like a system down where like you know exactly how to approach the painting. And a lot of times she has to like use her like imagination to fill in some parts. Yeah, she's really good. I can't remember what her name is or what her channel is, but if you look it up, like lady paints portrait live at wedding or whatever, I'm pretty sure she'll come up because I think she's one of like the top people doing it. But I feel like if you're an extrovert, bro, that'd be the place because you could talk to people like about art, about your art, about them, what like just anything, I guess. I don't know what extroverts like to talk about. But yeah, that'd be a great option if you're an artist. Is this the right brush? Yeah, it is. I don't know why it was looking funny to me. Although I feel like I also want to get better at like drawing in front of people, so this has been actually really good doing this. I feel like it's a good start. Might be a little different if someone was like physically standing here, but I think I would get used to it eventually. I used to like share my room with my sister before she moved out, and she wouldn't really watch me all the time, but like she was here and sometimes she'd be watching me. So I did get used to it for a little bit, but that's been a couple years now. So I'm like getting reacclimated to people seeing what I'm doing. I think it's not that like I mind people watching or that I mind talking to people. It's more like the part of me that like worries they're gonna be like, oh my gosh, like dear God, what is she drawing? Like that is so bad. But like once you get over like that kind of fear, it's just kind of like this is just part of my art process. Like it's gonna look it's gonna look rough before it gets, you know, together. Yes, tea. But it definitely didn't steep it too long. That's the good news. That's good. I think it's just like what did it say was in it? It's supposed to be like one that's like sleepy time tea blends. It's not gonna make you sleepy. It just doesn't have like any caffeine in it. It's a very like light taste. Kind of like, I don't want to say like grass, but very slight grass taste. I think it's like chamomile, lemongrass. I think it said a rosebud in it too. I don't know. But it's like a good mild tea. When I first got into teas, I only drank like black teas. And I kind of had to like transition into like drinking them with a lot of, I think something's in my eyes. Or eye, singular. Oh my gosh. I got it out. Yeah, to transition, I had to put like a lot of creamer in it and also like a little bit of sugar, just as I was like trying to teach myself to like it because I wanted it to taste more like coffee. But I slowly transitioned myself and now I happily drink it with just like a tiny bit of half and half, no sugar, and just like the tea. Although I'm not a big fan of any of like the too strong fruit flavored. Like if it's subtle, but like when it's like really strong, like citrusy teas, I can't say I'm crazy about them because I like my citrus and fruit flavored teas actually iced. That might be a very American thing. I don't know. But I'm like, it just tastes like it needs to be cold. Because I do love iced tea. But not like... Okay, so there's some iced tea, like if you get it without sweetener, it tastes dry. I don't know how to explain it. You're drinking a liquid, but it makes your mouth taste like dry. I do not like that. I like I make my own iced tea. Like you can, like if you brew it in hot, like a little bit of hot, just like your regular tea bags or whatever, and then you pour the the rest with cold water and then some ice, and then it'll taste fine. Yeah, so those kind of teas work. I don't know what the other ones are. Yeah, I do not like that. And I don't like really, really sweet teas. Like I'm not into the, like I know in the like down south they really like their teas, like iced tea, like super sweet. I do not. I'm not into it. What I like is my mom in summer, we have like the fresh mint leaves that grow, and she like cooks those down and makes that into an iced tea. And she doesn't really sweeten it, I don't think, but she puts some like lemon juice in it. And it is so refreshing. It's so good. Yeah, that's like one of my favorite like summer things. And it makes the house smell so good. Yeah, that's a win. Oh my gosh, come on, we got this. But yeah, I like mint, peppermint tea. Also like there's one like called like Bengal spice that we get. It has like cinnamon, pretty strong cinnamon taste, and like other spices like that, and it is so good. Like that kind of tea that I do like. All right, paintbrush. We gotta hurry up, guys. It's already... We may not have that much time to work on the Reggie project, which isn't fantastic, but you know, it's not the end of the world. Wrong layer. Wrong layer. But it's okay, we're gonna do what we can. Size 20. I remember when I first started painting. So I started with acrylics. Didn't start with oils. I way overused the fan brush. I kind of blame Bob Ross, but like he knew how to use a fan brush. I did not. And so that's like now I have like a fan brush that just kind of sits in my room and I never use it. Yeah. I feel like I probably could get better using it, but it's that kind of brush where like it looks fun to use. And the thing is, it is fun to use, but it's not very practical for me to use. I should have named these layers. We're gonna merge them in a second. I'm gonna make their eyes just a little bit bigger. I think that'll help make. Hold up. I think they're looking up too much. Because I want their eyes to kind of like meet. Maybe something like that. Alright. So let's save this. Let's get Blender rolling. Where were we on Blender? We were on the last page, right? Last shot. I was doing the clean line work for it, I think. Or at least I believe so. Alright, so these were... Make sure that... Bro, I don't want to do that. Whoops. Save. I'm trying to multitask. Oh, yes! Oh, that's right, guys. We gotta draw hands. Lots of hands. Oh, no. Alright, we're gonna draw Reggie first. We should just make a whole day of the hands. That's a later problem. Let me close this PureRef file, open up the other one. Loading. Ba, 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 da, ba, ba. Actually, we're about halfway through. Oh, I remember saying this last week. I have to remember that I don't have to do... Let's run this back. Yeah, I like how that feels. I don't have to draw a hand in each one of these keyframes. I actually don't get the hand coming in till here. So that's... I think the shadow needs to move more between this frame and that frame. But we're gonna deal with the shadow in another part of it. Let's find the file for the Reggie origins. Reggie. Where did I stick that, guys? Oh, you know what? I have it under my 2025 work file, which it should not be there because this is not bound by year. That's all right. Boom, here we go. All right. We got our character sheet up. Let's go. We've got like 15 minutes. That's plenty of time to get some frames done. Looks like Reggie kind of scoots out here and falls down. Let me scoot my chair forward. My drawing position when I'm doing this and then doing the children's book is totally different. Like, I feel like I'm a lot more loose and chill when I'm doing these, so I can actually sit back. Although I feel like my keyboard. Here we go. So, thought about the line size I was using. Yes, it is. Let's use this to mark out. So Reggie's head. The bottom of the body was like that. I just want to make sure the proportions are right. Bro, I started using the hotkeys for Photoshop. I'm like trying to get the lasso tool. So Reggie falls kind of downward, scoots against this wall. Like this. Maybe not that much. Let's split the face in half. Do I think I have them tilted too much? Maybe? Let's feel this out. So I may bring the head down a little. See how that looks. I think I actually want to move down even more. Because there needs to be more of a difference between that shot and this one. And I'm going to bring them over just a hair. But if we want Reggie to be looking, I think it needs to be down more. Right? Maybe more like straight on the bill like that. Pretty much just redrawn. Not me just like redrawing the rough. We're not any closer to having the clean version finished. This foot. There. There's one flipper. Bum bum bum. You know what? It feels like Reggie is not skidding against this wall too much. I think I need to bring this foot. So we're gonna have them like sink down here. So maybe this is okay. Let's get this face sorted out. Yeah, like something like this. Add the bill in here. Oh my gosh. Okay, maybe I need to set up better. What is happening? See, this is what I was talking about earlier, where I was like, this is why it's, oh my lord. This is why it's hard to draw in front of people. Because when things start to go wrong, it's like everybody's watching. Okay, here's what we need to do, guys. I'm gonna lower the opacity on this because I feel like it's tripping me out. I'm getting too worried about what was underneath. And I cannot focus on what I actually want for this top part. So let's just draw a round head in. I want the bill or beak to be about like this. All right, then cheek would go here. It's about the center, oops. Center line of the face. We have the face markings, which will probably come draw top of the head. Guys, we're having an off day. It's all right. I was doing fine with the... I probably should go from my warm-ups to this rather than warm-ups to tracing project, because right now all we're doing in that children's book is essentially tracing my other line work. And then I'm like instantly switching my brain to trying to get all these shapes drawn properly. And my brain is not having it. Like, this would have been good to start doing straight out of warm-up. It's all right. We're gonna do what we can do. Try and make these as good as possible. If we're not happy with them, when we come back, I can make adjustments. So Reggie, let's make a new frame here. Reggie kind of like turns like this way. And then we get the head more like an angle, like about like this, but the eye is looking like Reggie's turning away, but can't really take their eyes off. All right, let's go with that. Oh, you know what I can do, guys? I think my hand's just like, it feels like I'm tight because I'm trying to get these lines just right. I just have to turn on line assist. I'm a cheater. There ain't no hiding it, that's for sure. Sometimes your girl needs line assist. Especially when working with these like vector lines, like, oh my gosh. Yeah, I need it. They're so, I don't know, it just doesn't feel like, it feels nothing like working on paper. Let's just say that. It's not like there's any more resistance with the other ones, but you can't like, because it's like working with a Sharpie. There's no like gently easing your way into a line. Like you get, it's instant. And if it's not right, you're gonna know. You're gonna know right away. Okay, Reggie screams. Oh, let's get rid of this line, guys. What? Uh-oh. Oh no! And then Reggie. What do we got going underneath? I wanted it like kind of like this. Let's get our point erase. There we go. Little Reggie screaming for their life. Now, did I have... I didn't draw in the eyebrows. I like doing the floating ones, I'm not gonna lie. I just feel like they're can be a little bit more expressive. Or something's gotta change back here. Let's use, now that we have line assist on, let's clean this up a little bit, because this is a crime when I did the Reggie back here. Like, these are bad. There we go. Dun, dun, dun. You know what? The line was thicker on my other one. Does it matter though? It's such a small amount, and look, like Reggie's getting pushed back in this shot anyway, which puts them further away from the camera. And then foot-wise, with like Reggie, what would happen to their foot as they turn? Let's think about that. It'd probably come out like this way. What happens? Yeah, okay, so Reggie tries to turn. Reggie tries to turn away. Foot. Was that like awkward? Wait. Let me think about this, guys. Maybe we made the foot be more like here. And this other foot. The torso's like there. So let's see what this foot would kind of go from there to there. I feel like it would maybe go kind of like that. Oh, bro. I feel like I'm like watching me use Blender is just like watching. It's like trying to watch. Wow. It's like watching an old person try to use a computer. It's like they kind of like can figure it out, but they still be having moments where they can't even get another Chrome tab open. Which honestly, sometimes I really relate to. Like I use a computer all day and there do be times where it's like, I swear I know how to use a computer. But right now, it doesn't look like it. It's like you gotta take my word for it. Okay, you know what? If it's broken, don't try to fix it. Just redraw the foot. I think what happens is the foot needs to be like turned like that. And like that. Not terrible. I should have figured this out a little bit better before. Granted, I did those roughs really fast. I do feel like Reggie's head needs a bit bigger here though, don't you think, guys? Because I like Reggie's head a little bit bigger. Like I want it to be too small. Or I can't see enough of like the expression. Bum bum bum. Turns. Honestly, this is actually working. Stroke erase. We're gonna add in their little hair. Little feather tufts. There we go. All right, what we got going in this frame after here? I'd like to at least spend at least 40 minutes on the silly ducks. So let's get this roughed out. Let me change this opacity. I'm just gonna bring it up a little bit more because I actually like. Oh shoot, that's not the right thing. There we go. Like, what have I just done? Boom. Okay, so here Reggie turns to get away. Make sure we're on the correct keyframe. Oh, apparently I already had one. Cool. I'll turn off onion skinning actually. Wrong, I'm gonna leave it on. So I need to rough out about the distance everything's gonna be. Okay. So Reggie's like looking up and over their shoulder. You can tell it's 5 because I'm starting to get hungry. Every time on stream, it comes around this time and I just feel like starving. I mean, it honestly hasn't been that long since I had lunch. I had like lunch right before I started stream. Was it 2? I was saying, like, I started lifting like more weights. Like I upped from 5. It's literally not that much, honestly. Like if anybody here actually seriously lifts weights, they'd be like, what? But I hadn't been doing any, so keep that in mind. But I went from like 5 pounds that I've been lifting to like 10. I just kind of been like working on like using them to do like core exercises and a little for my arms and stuff. And I've been doing it for like 2-3 weeks. So I'm like 3 weeks in, almost like a month into doing it. And oh my gosh, I feel like I hit a growth spurt where I'm just like starving. And I'm like, I can't afford to have a lot of muscle. So I cut back to the 5 pound. I was like, nope. As much as I would love to like get insanely strong, like muscle comes with a price, and the amount of like protein you have to eat so you don't just feel like terrible, because like if your body's lacking protein, you're just gonna be like exhausted and you're just gonna feel like you're starving because your body doesn't have what it needs. Yeah, and I was like, nope. I was hoping I could go up to 10 and I'd be eating enough protein, the diet I already had, but no. Oh, where was I going with that? Oh yeah, so that's why I'm like always hungry. So like, no wonder I just feel like I'm starving these days. I'm like, I low-key am hitting a growth spurt in a sense. Okay, so Reggie's like reaching. I don't think we would see that other flipper. This foot would be like here. And so the hand's gonna be grabbing Reggie. I'm not gonna see too much of that. Alright, we're 5 out of 3. Honestly, we didn't get much done on these, which is a little upsetting. Maybe we just do one more frame, guys. And then we move on to the silly ducks. Because we're only the 7th, and I pretty much have the whole month's set of ducks almost done, which is great. Because I like to have them done in advance. Maybe instead of doing this the way I had it originally, I should do Reggie's head turned more like this. And then the cheek perhaps a little more like over the shoulder. I don't know. I'm just trying to make like this turn transition to look natural. It's important that it doesn't feel weird. Bum, 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 bum. There we go. Let's erase out these lines in here. Because it was important that I get this turn from like as the hand grabs in and then rotates, that Reggie ends up facing towards the person as they're getting carried out. And so here we got Reggie's one flipper. Or would it be called a wing? Like, what do you call that on a penguin? Like their little arms. Because I think they have webbed feet. So I guess their feet are flippers. And then the arms are wings. So Reggie's wings. I think because they don't have like feathers traditionally, it's like you don't think of calling them wings, but they are still a bird, so. There we go. Then we get this turn here. Wait, what happened? Okay, there we go. It needs to go in this frame. See something like this. That's my eraser. The cheek here. We do. Yeah, because the hand's turning. I think I did a little bit of a better job here than I had in the other one. So you get this transition. Go on top of the head. Actually, I should probably draw in the bill first before I get going crazy with the Okay, now we can erase out that. Sometimes when you're switching between the eraser and the drawing brush, it's like I'm not sure if it's lagging out or it's just not like registering that I switched, but it will like lag out a bit and I'll think it's switched because I hit the button and then I'm using the eraser when I want to be using the roller. Then I end up erasing out lines. The question is, does this feel wham? I don't know why it's kind of funny, but I don't know if that's a smooth enough transition. Maybe what we gotta have happen here is like maybe the wings like wham. Okay, well, no, wait, it'd be more like, because this would be over the thumb, and if the thumb was here. Maybe we have like maybe the flippers aren't up just yet. Maybe save that for the full turn. Maybe they're just like, why is that not erasing? There we go. Like bump, bump, and then we have the arms in the air. I kind of like that. All right, let's save this. I'm gonna run the whole thing back in case somebody's here who hasn't watched this from the beginning. And it's nice to look through. Let me just turn off this. Ignore the scene that came before this one. That placement is not right. Photoshop loading in front of it so you guys can't see. Hold on, let me go back. Oh, that's fun. Those hotkeys aren't working today. Here we go. Just play this again. Reggie, no. Yo, Joe. Man, you just showed up as we were ending. Did you see the whole thing play back? Because I just played it through. Yeah, well, you came late. Actually, we didn't have much time to work on Reggie today. But, do you want me to run it back? You want to see the whole thing? Let me turn on my music. Crying. Does crying mean yes? Yes, you want me to run it back? Play it through? Yeah, run it back? Okay, cool. So this is the beginning. I'll try and zoom in let's run it through. So the scene, there's one scene, I'll tell you when it comes up, but it's out of order. Reggie wakes up. Granted, these need timed, so the pacing isn't... Yeah, this scene, pretend that's not there. So Reggie wakes up. They help him get up. Here we go. He's up. I want to kind of adjust this scene a little bit because it feels... Because they're kind of like, they wake up and they're like, wait a minute, we're all here, but like, where is here? I think I need to do a better job at animating their heads. We get a lovely pan out. Hark, they're in the definitely not Amazon warehouse. What's this? Who could it be? Someone with a ladder? What? It's awesome. No! They get Greg. They got Greg. He's coming. He's got Brian. Reggie's trying to help. No. Reggie's all alone. I gave him like anime waterfall tears. I feel like it was fitting. Then we get flags out. And then this is a scene we're working on still, so it looks rough. What? Reggie notices him. Uh-oh. It's the hand. Not the hand. Dear God, no. Reggie gets pulled out. No. And then that's it. It restarts. That's the end of it. Yeah. This scene I decided to add in. We still have the roughs in here, so it didn't go all the way, but this shot's gonna be great because it's like Reggie getting pulled out of the box. Yeah. This is how the rough thumbnails usually look. Yep, but that's it, guys. That's all she wrote for today. But now we're going to work on the silly ducks I was working on because I need to have those finished on time. So I'm working on doing 10 of 10. Yeah, I think you're gonna go to town with scoring this one. Especially like as they're like, especially once I have them all together where you can see like one after another. I think you're probably gonna enjoy it. Okay, so we got the silly ducks pulled up. Let me show you guys where we're at. Hold on, let me close Blender. So if you guys aren't familiar with Full Metal Alchemist, this is one of the characters from it, but a duck version. And then, hold on, let me pull up, I need to pull up the pure ref file. I have the reference images in there. So I got the line work done on that one. The Kirby duck was so good. Thank you. Yeah, Kirby, that turned out... Okay, I'm gonna spoil something for you guys. They actually sound good. Here's Kirby. Here's the actual file, guys. This is the one. Yeah, it was kind of funny. It looks funny if you really look at it because it's like Kirby's only supposed to be that one round part. And so it's like double Kirby's. Low-key duckifying everything is genius. Yeah, some of it are kind of... Okay, so y'all are gonna get a spoiler. But this is how... So I wanted to do Jar Jar from Star Wars. Nobody cancel me. Like, this is so bad. This is so cursed. But here's here's my Jar Jar duck. It's so bad, but it's so good. Yeah. Major spoilers. You guys shouldn't be seeing this till I think next week. Yeah. It looks better with a white background. I decided not to do any background for Jar Jar. Yeah, it's a little creepy looking, but honestly, that's perfect timing. Why is there a new Star Wars coming out with Jar Jar? What do I not know about? Okay, what was I doing? I was looking for the file. Silly duck. Here we go. Da, da, da. Grabbing my reference images. Yeah, this Jar Jar is cursed. Also got a Loki, but I'm gonna keep some of these. Star Wars is trending because they have a new director. It's the Mandalorian director now. Ah, got you, got you. So like Star Wars is trending in the news. Interesting. Well, that's good because I also have General Grievous. Let me tell you guys, trying to simplify General Grievous enough into this duck design was insane. Big news for the jobless. Yeah, I feel like the General Grievous, like, it turned out good. It's a little less cursed looking than Jar Jar. But not too bad. But we gotta move on though, because it's already 5:18. Enough spoilers. I'm not gonna show you guys Loki. I can hear him coughing. Imagine like, you know how like the male ducks like will quack like different? Imagine it's just General Grievous, but he makes that sound instead of coughing. I feel like that could be a thing. Da, da, da. Okay, so what I have, so yesterday I worked on, I chose like I was like, oh, I need to do celebrities. And I was like, who do I do? And I was like, well, if you all don't know, I listen to a lot of K-pop. And so I was like, I'm gonna do my 2 favorite BTS members. So I worked on those. I have the rough sketches of those. And then lastly, I was like, I need one more duck. I didn't know what to do. But we were talking about Worldwide Handsome. Oh, sorry. We're not doing Jin. Yeah, Rose is gonna be a little sad. Maybe I'll do Jin for Rose next month. We'll definitely have to do some BTS in March, if you know what I mean. But yeah, I needed one last character, so I decided to do Sakamoto from Sakamoto Days. So that's who we're doing, which is gonna be pretty funny because, like, let me show you guys. This is his character. So he's like ex-Yakuza, but now he's just trying to like live a normal life with his family, and he's gained a lot of weight, and so his character design is amazing. Your favorite anime? You've watched this? I'm actually shocked, Joe. But anyway, so I was like, how do I give like a duck like this double chin look that we're getting? I can relate to bro on so many levels. Yo, his character is so cool. You need to watch it. It's actually really great. It's really good. Yeah, so here's what I have. So I like the pose, this pose here. Let me show you guys. Let me put it in here. This one. So I was like, I'm just gonna like kind of copy that one. And so this is kind of what I've got going. But I wanted his like his like shop apron on because he runs like a convenience store. And so I decided to add that to his character. So it needs a little, oh, thank you. It needs a little adjusting though. I'm not entirely happy with how like I don't know if it's like the proportions or what, or like the hand, trying to get the thumb right felt weird. Like I just want It's tough because like you have to like shrink the proportions of a human to fit the the style of the ducks. It's a little bit difficult, I'm not gonna lie. But it's pretty much there. So what I was thinking I could do is finish this. And then we can go through, let me show you guys what I got going for my... Here's what we got. This is Edward. I did the clean line work for him. And then here's Alphonse. I got that done yesterday. And then I got the rough sketches done for RM. So you guys may be wondering, why did I choose this this era of RM? Why? Because it was really funny. And I feel like I didn't want to do anything too serious. And so to keep, you know, like the ducks like lighthearted and funny, I chose, you know, kind of like debut era RM. And then also, if you guys are Army, you might recognize this. If you don't, it's okay, you don't have to, but this is a pretty iconic red hair, yellow overalls Jimin. So those are the two that I chose. Also another kind of like funny, keeping it lighthearted. Yo, Joe, are you Army? You love it too? Let's go. I'm trying to get... I feel like I've done well in trying to get Joe to listen to K-pop. I've done my duty. All right, so you know what? I gotta flip this around. That's what I gotta do. I think what needs... I just need to... Did that just fix it? Is it that easy? Oops, no, not that. I think we need to turn the angle. I think I just fixed it. K-pop has the best melodies. It's facts. You know, it's facts because like I don't even speak Korean, and like the melodies are like so like memorable that like I memorize kind of like the sounds, and I would never want someone who actually can speak Korean to hear me, but I feel like I can sing along, which is pretty impressive when you really think about it on like I don't know, like a musical level, or like in terms of language. I don't know. To me, it's just like, dang, that's incredible that like... And the thing is like, I couldn't sing it right now if you told me to. But, like, I have to be listening to the song. So it's kind of interesting, like, how the brain works. Like, one of these days, I need to just learn Korean. Like, I don't know what am I even doing with my life at this point? Like, what am I waiting for? The problem is I'm waiting to learn kanji, which is probably going to take me the next 10 years of my life. Like, I don't know, guys. Do I need to switch languages? Problem is, like, I started Japanese so long ago, and I'm not like a quitter. So it's like, what do I do? I either add another language on top of the 3 I'm learning, or I wait. Like, I don't know. I feel like the only problem is now, if I learn Korean, it's like, oh, you're only learning it because, you know, you're like a crazy, like, K-pop stan or whatever. But granted, I mean, like, I feel like it's gotten better because, like, K-pop's kind of taken the attention. But, like, if you were learning Japanese, it was because you were a weeb. Like, that's just how it was. But, like, I don't even watch that much anime anymore. Like, and I'm definitely not learning Japanese just so I can watch anime. So, yeah, I'm hoping by the time I finally get around to learning, you gotta go to work, but you'll be lurking. Thank you. What was I saying? Something about languages. Yeah, I don't know. By the time I get around to learning Korean, maybe like all the major hype will be like over, and then nobody's gonna judge me. There we go. Although low-key, I'd like to learn Thai. But it sounds really hard. Like the reading looks really hard. So I'm kind of like a little intimidated by that maze because I'm dyslexic. But like granted, I'm someone who's trying to learn like Japanese, so like the reading and writing for that is insanely difficult. I don't even know what I'm doing. Oh wait, I need to add the sides on the glasses. Do you think what I should do is just use like a thin line to indicate the sides? I think that might be what I want to do. And then in terms of the hair, do I want to... It's almost like it comes... It follows the head up. I don't think I got it quite right. And then kind of flattens out a little. And then... Wait, hold up. We're almost getting like... Is it like sideburns? We'll work on this a little. And then let's work on also coloring the ones I had finished today. But that's not what I wanted to do. I gotta stop. Or, come on, Photoshop. I gotta stop fat fingering my keypad, taking screenshots. Why does this look like a helmet? Because it pretty much does. I think I need to add the hair strands. Let's see if this saves it, guys. Yeah, that looks better. So he has it like in a bun, but you wouldn't really see it. So maybe we just... Okay, I got an idea. Because we're actually seeing kind of like, what if we had sideburns? And then the hair coming like down. We get like this cheek here. I think the face might be a little too wide. Another issue is like, look how far apart the glasses are because ducks have a really large bill and that takes up most. So like, it looks a little goofy, but I think it's recognizable. It's recognizable. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry too much about the slippers. The slides. So maybe I'll soften out the foot. And we'll do the slides on a different layer. Like another line grouping. Because this will be like the socks. Yo, I have these same slides. I can practically cosplay. I just need like the yellow t-shirt. I got jeans kind of similar to these. And I just need round glasses. And a green apron. Boom. Alright, that seems... We're gonna leave that for now. Let's do... Let's color... Oh, Jen, you didn't see that. I just spoiled Loki. Okay, so let's color Edward. So here's how I usually do it, guys. If you watch my videos, you're gonna know. Also, spoiler, if you guys think that when I do my videos that I am recording them the first time I drew them, unfortunately, that is not true. It would be really hard for me to like record while I'm figuring out how to color everything and make sure my mic was working the whole time and having like my phone in that position. So although you're seeing the exact workflow of how I did it, it's not the exact time that I did it. So I think I just stole a little bit of the magic, but that's kind of how it is. So I do usually a base layer, which will be, I can choose any fill color. Let's just do red because that's gonna be a color theme here. And so I fill in all the line work. and then I'll use that as my base as I go in to start shading, so I don't have to worry about drawing over the lines. You can use a layer to be your guide for like the ones that come over top, and it'll only draw within those pixels. So that's usually what I do. Also, this is the first duck I've drawn with abs. It's a little is it counterintuitive? What's the word I'm looking for? It doesn't make a whole lot of sense because ducks are pretty like round and pudgy, but this duck is defying the laws of alchemy, science, I don't know what you want to say. For the sake of fan art, this is how it's gonna be. It has to be accurate to the manga and the TV series. I could low-key watch these again. I really need to. I think they took them off Netflix. I don't think they're on Netflix anymore. I think it was for a bit. I just gotta wait for it to come back. It was like when they took Merlin off not long ago, which was really sad. Like, where am I gonna watch that now? I'm like, do I buy it on DVD? That's a kind of boomer thing to do, but might be the cheapest place. Like, I should have watched it before they took it off. Honestly, really happy how this one turned out. It's dark. Oh yeah, sunset already, no wonder. I probably missed a nice sunset because I noticed when I got my tea. Did I finish that yet? I did not. When I got my tea, the sun looked really pretty as it was like getting closer to setting. Okie dokie. The more I drink, the more I'm feeling hungry. Trying to think about food. This is why we can't work on the recipes, guys, while I stream. Because you know I'm always hungry. And so I'm like, we gotta work on something else. Distract myself. I've got pretty much 30 minutes left. That should be plenty of time to maybe even... Depends on how complicated I get with the background with this one. But we should be able to... maybe work on coloring Alphonse as well. Yeah, when I decided to do these, I was like, there's no way I draw one brother without the other. That should be illegal. It's like they go together or not at all. There's so many like absolutely terrible memes that came out of this series though. Like dark humor, terrible. Like they're good memes because they're really funny, but it's also kind of sad. Like you went too far. If you guys know what I mean, you know. If not, don't look for memes because they'll spoil the story. Which happened to me recently. So I'm reading the Mistborn series by Brandon Sanderson, and I get like memes in my Pinterest feed from another of his book series, which is fine because I'm pretty much caught up. Hasn't spoiled anything. But this other series, like, it was kind of in my feed, but like, because it's kind of related to the other series. And I had done really good at avoiding any spoilers, but I saw a meme that literally spoiled the whole ending of, like, I guess book 3. Yeah. It's a little unfortunate, although I'm gonna be honest. I'm almost glad because when that ending came, I don't know if I would have been able to handle it as well. So maybe a little like forewarning was good. Yeah, it was not ideal. Like this is not the ending I wanted. Although actually, I'll be honest, the ending was better than I thought it was gonna be. But I'm not gonna talk about it because I do not want to spoil it for anyone else. But you guys, if you like fantasy books, any of Brandon Sanderson's books are literally amazing. The guy is like an insane world builder. He is a crazy writer, and he's written so many books. Hello! Welcome, Dick. Were you the one that I was talking about, like, what my favorite anime was with? I was trying to remember who I was talking to. Okay, so I was thinking about it. I was like, what is my favorite anime? And we happened to be drawing one of the characters from it. So my favorite anime, I have to say, would be Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. I haven't watched the one, like the older version, but definitely my favorite. So this is one of the characters from it. I'm not sure if you've ever heard, but it's really good. I'm not sure where you can watch it right now, but because I don't think it's on Netflix anymore. All right, we'll get this layer filled in here. I usually do like base layers, and then I worry about doing the shading. Go. Is that Edward or? Yes, it is. Yep. So this is Edward, and then let me show you. I did Alphonse as well, but I'm working on doing the line work. Let me tell you, this was a really hard, it's a really hard one to turn into a duck version. But I'm actually not too upset. Sick. Yeah, thank you. I was like, I can't believe I pulled this off. So right now we're working on doing the color fills for Edward. Slow but sure. I just filled it all in with red because I figured I'd be doing the coat that color. But it looks a little like ominous now that I think about it. Alrighty. And then after this layer, I think I'll do the fill for the metal arm. Yeah, I think that's what I'll do. Get these fills in here. So I was trying to make sure I don't draw, because like my line work does have, like as you can see, it's like textured. It's like I don't want to fill too much into the line work where you can see the line. I just kind of want to like gently brush it in there. Maybe I should, let's do the bill because it looks funny red. Let me name this layer Bill Fill. I'm gonna put that layer above the swan. Let's just use a pretty generic looking orange. Low-key might get this one framed. You have an Edward figurine right now in front of me? Oh my gosh, that's great. Bruh, I would love to collect some like of the anime figurines, especially from Full Metal Alchemist. Oh shoot, guys, I just did that on the wrong layer. Whoops. There we go, we're good. I'm glad I figured that out before I started drawing too far. Let me just erase this out. Oh, you're so sleepy today. Man, I know it's been it feels like a long week, right? Like, how are we only Wednesday? It's been a vibe this week. Yeah, that's tough. Hopefully next week's better for you. But is that the right layer? Yeah. All right, let's do the hair. Hair fill. We get this like yellow blonde color. Let me just pull up the reference I have up here. Here we go. I think I'm just gonna go with a pretty like, it's not too vibrant, but it's bright enough to be the base fill. There we go. Oh, you gotta go. That's all right. Well, thank you for stopping by. But later I'll watch the rest of the stream. Oh, thank you. Well, I hope you have a good rest of your day and that you're able to wake up a bit. Oh, you'll tune into the next one? Awesome. Yeah, I'll be streaming tomorrow and Friday as well, so be seeing then. Have a great day. Thank you. You too. Alright, we're getting the hair filled in here. I'm trying to be quick because we're coming up on what time? 6 already? I wore this bracelet, but it keeps getting stuck on the edge of my chair. I think I need to take it off. Or put it on my right hand. I don't usually wear anything on my right hand just because I don't want like my bracelet like rubbing the screen, you know? But it's like the little fastener on it like is getting stuck between my desk and the chair. Okay, hair. Check. This is good enough. I probably shouldn't have made this base layer, this red. It's kind of like peeking through under the line art. So let's just fix that. I'm just gonna lighten it up. Maybe make it like maybe like the color of the feathers were. Hold up. That actually would be good. This like sandy color. Okay, cool. Now let's do coat fill. Let's fill the coat. We're just gonna do like a brightest red, but not too bright yet because it actually has to go pretty light. It's almost like stop sign red. It's pretty vibrant. Although honestly, this is pretty vibrant. I might darken this down once I get it in. Let's erase out these lines. Yeah, I lied, guys. We're not gonna have time for Alphonse today, but that's alright. As long as we get a good start on this, we should be good. I'll be able to have them done in time for recording next week. Yeah, I'm trying to decide, like, do I need to be making 3 ducks every week? I don't know. Like, it's tough because I am just starting out. I feel like they always say, like, you need to, like, post a lot in the beginning. Oh, hold up. Oh, no, that's fine. No, wait. I'm just seeing something I don't like with the line art here where the neck meets the... I think what I need to do is make it more like that. I want the shoulders to be even. This is like his armor here. Okay, let me fix the feather base here. Boom. Okay, back to the coat. Where were we? Here we go. I'm gonna try and restrain from doing like a crazy background or maybe any background on this one. Because that was just way too much. Especially you guys will see when I do the Mario one. Like I did way too much. Trying to fit that all into like 30-40 seconds was crazy. Metal arm fill. Typically with silver, I start with like almost like in the turquoise zone and then really desaturate it towards the grays. That's usually how I start. Granted, there was going to be bounced light color on it, but just for this base fill, it's usually like what I like to start with. When I do my base fills, it almost looks like a little kid drew it. It's just like a coloring book. Okay, let's do the pants. Looks like this just like a grayish, like that color. I might decide later on to change the liner color. Sometimes I do that, but like the Kirby one, I made it like slightly reddish. Sometimes it just gives a drawing better harmony. Okay, Edward's looking really pale. We're gonna have to add some life into the skin tones. Do, 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 do. Also, I'm gonna try shading this the way they did, which might be a bad idea. We're gonna see how it looks. I want to try it at least. Okay. Pants done. I fill this just a little bit more. Okay, next we're gonna do... Oh, I didn't finish the hair. Oh my gosh, I forgot the braid. How can I forget? His hair is like iconic. There we go. Okay, so on his other hand, he's usually wearing gloves. Does he wear his gloves when he's using alchemy though? He doesn't have to take them off, I don't think. I think he just wears the gloves typically because he wants to hide his metal arm. Glove layer. That's gonna be white. There we go. Okay, and then we need like a belt fill. Pants, belts. Guys, why am I counting down the time until I can eat? I'm like 10 minutes. I can get 10 more minutes of work in. But we'll be able to work on more of this tomorrow. Hopefully by tomorrow we can get on to working on Alphonse, which is going to be fun. Not a whole bunch of color variation there, of course, but it'll be all trying to like replicate like metal, which is always a little bit of a challenge for me. Which I should show you guys some of the metal studies I used to do, which might be good for me to pull out and just kind of go over before I try to replicate that again. It almost looks like in the reference, the boots are like... So the pants are like a blackish blue, but then the boots are like a reddish black. Kind of interesting, like subtlety I never noticed. Let's choose a reddish. Kind of looks nicer with the belt. Actually, it should probably be darker than that. There we go. Should fill these in quick. With this one, I didn't worry too much about the feet looking like flippers still. I figured it was more important the like the boot of the character looked recognizable. Sometimes I do like divert the exactness of how it would look as a duck just for the sake of character design. Okay. This is not too bad. Did we get everything in? Oh, I need to do eyes. Well... why's that not? There we go. Okay. Let's see. Pupil. So his eyes are almost like... they're like golden, which is kind of interesting because it goes with the hair. Which I'm honestly surprised. Like it's usually the like in anime, it's usually if they have the blonde hair, they get like the blue eyes. But they didn't do that, so kudos to them. They got creative. Let's shade this a little bit. I won't lie, I was like honing in, like I started, like, you know, I was saying earlier when I was like learning how to draw, like what I wanted to is because I saw my sister doing like drawings of like anime characters she liked. And I was like, oh, I want to do that too. So I did spend actually like a long like part of my early like drawing practice. Like I wanted to draw like manga style. So I did kind of like get used to like drawing the eyes and the hair just in that type of style. So it's not, I'm not too bad at it. And I was definitely honing those skills back when I was working on this. I was like, I can still do this. How am I gonna keep this from looking creepy though? Okay, I got an idea though. Trust me guys, I know what I'm doing. Watch this. This saves everything. It didn't save it. It did not. Okay, hold up. Hold up. Okay, I got an idea. We need to make them bigger, that's why. Maybe more like that. Okay. This is salvageable. Okay, now we're gonna go back to this. No, this layer. Oh, guys, I put it on the wrong layer again. Why? It's alright. Let's darken this down up here. So you're not seeing as much as a shift from the pupils to like the colored part of the eye. Now we're gonna add in what I call the eye sparkle. It's on the right place here. Oh, shoot. Why do I keep putting everything on the wrong layer? Okay, here we go. This time for sure, guys. See how this looks on the other monitor. It's better. It's better. It's not perfect, but it's a lot better. Raise that a little. Maybe we come back to this because yeah, let's not worry about that too much. Let's make the feathers look better. Cause he looks super pale. We need to add some warmth back into the skin tones, so plus I am just gonna make him like a regular, like I guess like a Peking duck. But I want to add some like reddish kind of like color in the shaded area, just kind of like how normal, like you can see the skin tones change in the shaded area and stuff. So it will look a little bit like human skin, but not too much. We're not gonna go crazy, so it's still a believable duck. Shade in here. I usually like adding a little like, oh, that's way too much. I like adding a little blush up on the cheeks. I just feel like it makes it look cuter. Alright, we're just gonna... I usually go in and I shade really heavy, and then we lighten up on top. That's typically how I do it. I don't know, it just feels more... It just feels more natural to do it that way. Oh, that's too much. I just like to layer my shades and values. Let's keep this more red. Slightly orangey. Because I don't want it to feel too disconnected from the... hold up. We need a different brush. This is too much texture. Do a little airbrushing. I don't usually use the airbrush, but... Alright, use the white here in the center. We're gonna have to bring back the blush. There we go. I like here a little. Honestly, yeah, so this is, as you can see, why I don't record the videos like right as I'm making them, because like a lot of it's me playing around with lighting and shading until I get what I want, and that takes a bit of time. Let's add this blush back in. There we go. That's good enough for now. Now let's work on the coat. So what do I got going here? Let's make this slightly cooler, but not by too much, because that's not really how they did it. Where's my textured brush? Usually going with textured first. Maybe like that. Then this is shaded. And maybe we do something like that. Back there probably wouldn't get any highlight. I'm gonna take this a little darker, guys. I want it to really feel like further back in the scene. This right here. This part of the sleeve. Oh, let's bring that a little darker. I kind of like getting this purplish tone in here. I know I didn't want to do that too much, but actually I'm kind of liking what's happening here. And then we do a transition. Before we go back to the... This will be our really highlighted areas. Boom. Do. Right there. That's upper arm. Trying to like blend in our layers here. They're both value and hue. Honestly, not too bad. We got a good start on this here. Guys, it is now 6 and I'm pretty strict with my work schedule, you know? Because if I overwork now, I won't be able to get up as early tomorrow and get back to work at the same time. So we're gonna have to call it so I can, you know, get some food, and then tomorrow we'll be back at it. Yeah, I want to thank you guys all for stopping by. Tomorrow we'll be back with children's book. Well, first character design studies, then children's book, then working hopefully more on Reggie animatic than we did today, and then more of these silly ducks. So until tomorrow, thank you guys for watching, and I'll be seeing you all later.